that we all are able to recognize participants. So I'm not going to ask you to show your video, but let me see if there's anyone that I don't recognize here. VX or Vijong? Who's Vijong?
That's Principal Vince. Principal
Yampim Shua.
Yeah, from Yape Shua.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Tanish too?
That's me, Superintendent Tanisha.
Oh, hi, Tanisha.
Hi.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay. And I see Superintendent Gordon. How are you? And I'm going to be admitting a few folks still.
Superintendent?
Yes.
President Ryan said she's having difficulty getting through.
Okay.
Just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, sometimes it's, I'm going to continue to just look for people that are waiting. And then once she joins, then we will start. All right, I think we're ready to start. I'm in the Washington room at the moment, so welcome everyone. I'm going to turn it over to President Ryan.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I'm having audio issues. Okay. I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education back to order. I do want to share, this is our first virtual Zoom meeting. As you know, the last board meeting was a hybrid approach. We did a partial meeting in the Cerna Center from the dais and had board members joining us also online through Zoom. We had some technical difficulties and we've tried very hard to be able to remedy those technical difficulties, but please bear with us as we might experience some more technical challenges tonight. I know that we requested that public commenters submit their comments so we can make sure that your voices are heard. They will be read by Ann Moretti, our board special assistants this evening. And with that, I am going to turn it over to the superintendent for item 4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. And all stand. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I think you'll notice we all have various internet speeds, so that was probably the most horribly out of sync Pledge of Allegiance anyone has ever heard for those who are viewing from home, but we're doing our best. Item 4.2, our broadcast statement, which will be read by Board Member Eng Olson.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14. The local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Sunday, May 10th at noon and Monday, May 11th at noon, and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Olson. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, President Ryan, there were two actions taken in closed session, both special education settlements. By a unanimous 7-0 vote, the board approved these two cases. OH case number 2020020006 and 2019120865. The expulsion readmission recommendation by law will be approved on the consent calendar under 11.1J. That concludes the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Okay. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. I'm going to ask everyone this evening, if you can bear with me, if you can show me a visual sign of your hands as we're taking votes throughout the evening. We're going to try to record everyone's vote without having to go to roll call votes. Item 7.0, special presentation. Item 7.1, which is the coronavirus response update, that will be provided by a series of staff members who are leading this very difficult work. I do want to, just in introducing this presentation, share that for the remainder of our school closures and distance learning, we will be leading our board meetings with a coronavirus update at the top of the agenda. This is in response to the extraordinary times and the need from the public to have information on the various district efforts to meet the needs of our students and staff. I also want to thank Board Member Morawski for sharing some key themes based on our governance for focus on our coronavirus response, and we'll hear from some of those areas of focus that the district is undergoing this evening. So with that, I know that we're going to be hearing from our staff, including Christine Beta, Vincent Harris, Victoria Flores, Diana Flores, Doug Hoosier, and Jennifer Kreshman, as well as Chad Schweitzer. We've got the entire team.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, President Ryan. Let me just, again, just in terms of improvements that we're trying to make, I need Vincent Flores to become a host, and so that he can share the screen, or will you be sharing the screen of the PowerPoint?
It looks like we have the screen of the PowerPoint.
So then I'll turn it over to our team.
Great. Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. And as you know, we're joined tonight by several district leaders to share our district response to the COVID-19 pandemic. If we go to the next slide. In terms of our presentation outline, and certainly to President Ryan's point, there's several key topics we'll be covering. Certainly we'll start off with the emerging school closure dashboard that we've collectively been working on. But equally important, there's several strategic topics we'll be discussing with the board this evening in terms of distance learning, engagement with our students, some of the operational wins that we've had in terms of meal distribution, computer deployment, and wrapping up with our social distancing protocols. I'll just make mention that as we're in this new normal, many of the data points that we've uncovered and discovered that are meaningful for our students and community are still emergent to us. So we're learning how to collect the data, learning how to sift the data. And so this has been an important journey for us to really make students our focus, but also respect the fact that we're also trying to serve our families and staff effectively, and using data to really help us gain those insights. If we go to the next slide, please. So in opening this conversation, we've created a school closure dashboard, and it's really an emerging system tracker with a real focus on the system since March 13th. And centering our performance metrics around those things that we think matter most as we deliver on behalf of our students and staff. So looking at student engagement, our support system, both in terms of the early identification and intervention system and our social emotional support. And then focusing on key processes that are important for our students. That include, of course, graduation, supporting those students who are college going. Many of our colleges and universities here in the local region have been very collaborative with us in helping us virtually support our students as they complete the process of filling out matriculation steps, getting finalization of their plans of enrollment. We have some emerging academic achievement indicators, and then again, we have important operational indicators around key processes to support the work of the system and human resources, and then of course, obviously the very significant work our food services has been doing since day one of the pandemic, serving families. If we go to the next slide, please. And so this slide is just meant to go just a little bit deeper in terms of what the metrics are. I won't obviously read every one of them to you, but you can gain a theme in terms of really the broad themes. What we're trying to measure is how are our students doing, both in terms of showing up day to day, but then also looking at categories of students, this notion of students who are unreachable. What can we do to engage students who we know as they've done, as they've dealt with the trauma of this pandemic, what can we do in response to them? And then if you look at the next broad section of measures, really, again, focusing in on the processes that would be taking place no matter what, in terms of on track for graduation, A through G completion, FAFSA completion, and making sure that students who are already on the path to successfully choosing their post-secondary process, we're doing everything to support them. And then obviously we'll look accordingly at achievement in terms of grades in the context of recognizing that everything has been disrupted in kind of the academic supply chain with the pandemic. And then finally, we do have operational measures that do share explicitly how are things looking in terms of our payroll processes, getting credentials of our employees and handling employee leaves. And then again, obviously one of the most prominent metrics that we've been talking about as a system are our meals served in terms of meeting the needs of our students day to day in terms of their meals. If we go to the next slide.
Mr. Harris, if I can just interject there, if you go back one, Vincent, I just wanted to just recognize our board that while we're not showing the actual dashboard, maybe I can figure out how to share it from my computer. These were in response to our governance workshop in terms of the board setting vision and then asking that we monitor some of these key metrics during our school closure period. So I just want to appreciate the feedback that I received, in particular Member Morawski, who sent a lot of great ideas, and we will continue to report on this, but staff will be providing some specific examples of some of these metrics next.
And so to the superintendent's point, obviously, there's several metrics we could lift. We just thought it was really important to lift the unreachable students metric as we think about students whom there's been zero contact since March 13th, or have had zero engagement in distance learning as of May 4th. There's about 1,600 students. As we've been able to enter this information into our student information system, we have the ability to make these students very visible. And so again, as the superintendent mentioned, you'll hear more about our strategies during the presentation. But just in terms of a quick snapshot of the 1,600 students, you can see in terms of the demographic breakout, in terms of student groups, and then also in terms of the grade level. I mean, certainly we see the largest percentage of these students are all within the traditional high school grade levels. And then you can see the sites in terms of where we're seeing the highest number per site in terms of students. And so again, this is front end of the work of the system in that we have to be able to garner the data. And this is actually a new metric for us. So it's been a lot of work to build the infrastructure through our site leaders to actually pull this data together. And then as we've been able to enter into our student information system, we now are able to draw out narratives about the students who fit this unreachable category so that the appropriate staff can take action to support them. And if we go to the next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Now we're going to talk a little bit about distance learning, and I want to start just by celebrating. We all know that this week is Teacher Appreciation Week, and as we celebrate our teachers and all the incredible work they are doing, because they've completely shifted their craft in a really short period of time, from working in front of our children to working with their children and really being the virtual coaches now of learning. And when we celebrate our teachers now, we also need to celebrate our parents. And I do want to do a huge shout out during this Teacher Appreciation Week to the very first teacher that any child ever has, their parent, because right now I think we have, as I keep saying, an incredible opportunity to build lemonade from a lemon time and to be in collaboration with our parents, because our parents are doing so much right now to help us with our instruction with our kids. This first metric that you see here, that 66.37% of our students are engaged in distance learning. As we go deeper into our presentation, Jennifer Kretschmann and Doug Husher are going to help us to more deeply understand what engagement means. But what we're doing is we're checking in with kids, and when we know that we see kids, we have our engagement survey, and we know that kids are engaging in learning in some way, we're putting that information into Infinite Campus. What we need to do, as you saw before, we have 1,636 hashtag Sac City Strong students who we cannot find, and we need to make sure we can reach those students. Once we reach them and have them wrapped in our supports, we need to keep them wrapped in our supports. And that's what this metric helps you to understand, Board, about the work that we're doing. We know that our teachers are setting up work in Google Classroom as well as in other instructional platforms. They're using Zoom, and they're doing some really creative, interesting things to keep kids engaged and to really stretch their own work. We have for you a couple videos that really link to, Mr. Harris shared with us our key metrics being engagement and academic achievement through looking at grades. But we're really looking right now at engagement and academic achievement in some very different ways. And as we go through the work that we're doing tonight and we think about celebrating this incredible shift that we've done, I'd like us to all to take just one moment and anchor to who we serve, what we do, and what's the purpose of all of this work, because sometimes there's a lot of loud, uncomfortable noise in the system when we're working to serve our children. So if you could just click on, first we have there, we're not going to go through the fifth grade book report, but I would like to click on the first grader, please. If you could click on that and just take a moment and join me in sharing a really excited little girl. This is Mariceli, and she comes from Miss Phillips' class. She's a first grader, and she would like to share some of her math with her teacher, and I'd love you to join us in seeing this. If we could click on that, can you make it go? Will it click and open?
There we go.
There she is. Oh, we can't hear her though. Can you put her voice on so we can all hear her? Maybe this is one of our technical problems. Well, basically, I'll tell you what she's saying. She's showing her teacher, look, here's my work. I did this. And now look at this. I did this. And then when she gets to the end, she says, and I've even done even more. And I'd like you to know that our teacher and student and family have allowed us to share Mariceli with you this evening. And even though we can't hear her, I hope you can see her and see her smile and know that we are working to, and we need to continue to work to, now that we're through this first phase of our kind of our first crest and wave of this incredible crisis, we do need to be moving into a place where we're not just treading water, where we're working to continue to serve and move forward with our students. Next slide.
Miss Beta, did you show the fifth grade the report as well from that other slide?
I don't know that we have time, Superintendent, but we sure can. Okay. And I was thinking that maybe if we come to the very end and we have time, I'd love to wrap up with a few celebratory words and we can watch our fifth grader. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bieda, and thank you for having us follow Mariceli. Tough act to follow. I'm Doug Husher, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. Jennifer Kretschmann, our Be Here Grant Coordinator, is going to be here tonight. Both of us are going to try to tag team this notion of engagement during our closure time. So during this time, the school closure, it really has thrown a curveball at many traditional school practices, including taking attendance. During this period, some districts have scrapped measuring attendance engagement altogether, understanding just what it means for a student to be present, to understand their social emotional well-being, to understand the degree of learning. These are all vexing challenges that educators are wrestling with locally throughout the whole state and through the whole nation. So So we recognize that school closure impacts all students. However, a really important point I want to make is all research is telling us right now that closure impacts our most vulnerable students in a most significant way. And so for this reason, it's important for us to regularly learn about the engagement of our students. And it's important to learn not just if students are here in distance learning, but how are they here? So for this reason, we've created what we are calling our daily engagement forum. And the daily engagement forum really does three main things. One, it maintains communication and builds relationships around academics and learning. It asks students if they're engaging, if they need assistance with their assignments. This helps teachers maintain regular communication with students and families. The daily engagement survey, it also ensures that our students are safe and accounted for during this difficult time. It's our goal to connect with 100% of our students. School's often the student's only safe place. And it's our responsibility to find, connect, and engage with students now that school is operating virtually, not physically. And the last thing the survey does is it helps us identify students who may need support outside of academics as well. Many of our students are truly struggling, or families. There's job loss, there's food insecurity, there's lack of childcare, there's a lack of stable housing, and of course, there's the illness associated with COVID. So our students and families need our support. We have a lot of resources available through our students, through our student support centers, through our Connect Center to address basic needs of kids, mental health and emotional support. So that explains why we created the daily engagement survey. And Jennifer's now going to share a little bit about how this works.
So first and foremost, we had to redefine attendance.
Ms. Kretschmann, I just want to interject real quickly and just let the board know that I really just want to commend our staff. Unfortunately, at this time, there is no standardized definition for what engagement means in this new kind of learning space of distance learning. So, Mr. Husher just described how we're defining it. We may refine that definition as we continue to learn how to access more information about our students, their teachers or principals and others. But really, I just want to commend our staff for leaning in and committing to exploring how we might measure engagement based again on the very rich conversation we had as a board during a governance workshop, in which the board really made clear to me as your superintendent that you really care deeply about student engagement. We have yet to see very specific direction around a definition around engagement in this world of distance learning. So just keep that in mind, please, as board members.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. And so I'm going to talk a little bit how we had to redefine attendance as engagement now. So school is now a service and not a place, where in pre-COVID times, a student attended school and they were marked as present. We took for granted that when we saw them each day, we were also checking in and assessing the child's well-being without even realizing that we were doing so. Now their safe haven of school has become virtual. So we've had to completely redefine how we monitor our students on a daily basis. Not only do we want to know that they have virtually shown up, we need to dig deeper and know that they are okay. So this survey, what is it, right? The survey is just a tool. It's a Google form. It's designed to virtually see the whole child, as a teacher would on any given day in class. It allows the student to say not only, hey, I'm here, but it also provides a place for them to privately ask for help and support. During the regular school, a teacher can look at a student and see, like, if their head is down, they're not smiling, they seem sleepy or hungry. The survey is that initial glimpse into our most vulnerable students' lives, and it allows students and their families to ask questions and request the supports they need, like food, emotional support, help with technology, or even just send their teacher a note that says, hi, and I miss you. And I've seen that. How does the survey work, right? Students build the habit of submitting the survey each day in class. It's like raising their hand during roll call. We do this daily because we know situations in some of our most impoverished neighborhoods are changing by the minute. Then the teachers use the compiled survey responses or submission of an assignment, a student's presence in a Zoom meeting, or really any communication that lets us know that they are okay,
to log that engagement in Infinite Campus and respond to the student and family needs just as they would during the normal school year. Lack of data is equally as important. So when a student is not submitting a survey or participating in some other way, just like when they're not showing up to school, then that is a clear indication that something's wrong, right? We need to find and connect with these students, make sure that they are safe, and then support them in reconnecting to the school.
Okay, so there are metrics that we're either in the process of building or we're looking at right now through the daily engagement survey of building out. And first, this process really helped us identify a group of students that we are all very concerned about. We'll call this group unreachable or zero engagement students. And as our superintendent just said, this is not a state definition, but we needed something to be able to capture when we're talking about this group of kids. How do we name them so we have a common definition and we can tie it to the mission of in service of kids? So we're defining this as EK, early kinder through 12th grade students with whom we've had no contact since closure on March 13th, or who have had zero engagement in distant learning as of May 4th. So again, no contact since March 13th, closure, or who've had zero participation in our distance learning as of May 4th, all right? However, and I'll tell you, although 3.85% of our students are in this group, 1,636, it should be noted that we have over 96% of our students that we have engaged in some way, shape, or form on one or more days. We recently completed this list, this 3.85% of students, that 1,636 number. That is one of the indicators on our dashboard. We are now in the process of looking at that list, identifying these students by name for each site. And in a moment, Jennifer is going to share with you next steps for reaching out to contact these students and their families. We're also looking at a group. Yes, Superintendent?
Go ahead. Continue, Mr. Husher.
Okay. We're also looking at a group of students that we call actively engaged in distance learning. And so this is defined as students that are actively engaged, that they are engaged equal to 2 or more, or three or more. So they're 60% of the time they are participating in distance learning. So to be actively engaged, they have to be there 3 or more. Okay, the percentage of students at elementary level engaged 60% or more of the time beginning April 20th was 54.54%. And we are officially beginning measuring this engagement at the high school level on April 29th. We started with elementary. On April 29th, we started high school. So the numbers at high school are still being tabulated, okay? We can talk more later if there's questions about that 54% number. So moving into how do we support students showing needs? We know that teachers and school staff are a lifeline to our students. Their role is even more critical during times of crisis. Student Support Services has created a guidance for teachers and school staff. This document helps us reach out to our students and families. The Engagement Monitoring Guide reminds school sites to utilize regular site protocols to make referrals to our site student support centers, to the Connect Center, to academic counselors. And the guide also recognizes that staff play a big part in mitigating the negative impact of trauma and traumatic events and stress, and asks our staff to create senses of safety, to provide routine and structure, to provide social and emotional support to students and their caregivers, to prioritize health and well-being, and to identify children and families who need additional support. And so Jennifer is now going to take the baton at this point and share with you, what does that look like exactly?
Ms. Kretschmann, let me interject, see if this works. I do want to, if it does work, I do want to make sure that our board can see here for a minute what this version of our dashboard looks like. This is the percentage of students with whom we've had zero contact since 3/13. This is where the 3.85 number comes from, as you can see, board members. This is in real time now. This is where the 1,636 students comes from. We are able to click on that and see what the grade breakdown is of that distribution of the 1,636 students. Again, always just a reminder of, these data aren't just numbers. Every one of these numerators represents the life of a child. So we treat it with utter respect. But you can see how data-centric we have been and continue to be as an organization. We can see the distribution by English learner status of these 1,636 students down to the disproportionality. And you can see why we have to treat these data with so much respect. If you take homeless students, you can see that 47 of our 251 homeless youth have been unreachable thus far. But when you look at it from a ratio perspective, if you're a homeless student in Sac City Unified, you're 4 times more likely not to be engaged in distance learning. You can see for our Laotian Asian students, you're more than 2 times more likely not to be engaged in distance learning. So I just wanted to, as I said, when we distributed the 1 millionth meal last week, we take great pride in demonstrating that we will continue to be a data-centric organization, but also we have to pause and just view these data as representing individual lives of very vulnerable students that are the driver of the staff members that you're hearing from today. So again, I'm just proud of the passion that this team brings and of the cross-departmental efforts to make sure that we have access to this information. And as we have stated in our theories of change, that we have to change conditions in the present. Every day that goes by where we cannot reach those 47 students or those 23 students who are of Laotian descent are days in which their lives are being impacted during this closure. I'm going to stop sharing this, board members. We can always come back to this in the future. But again, a moment to celebrate that we're leaning in and looking at data in real time, but also a moment of a lot of anxiety and the need to continue to press forward in this difficult work. Vincent, if you can go back then to share the PowerPoint.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. We are very grateful to Vincent and his team for creating that dashboard. It's amazing. So what will we do with what we learn? And as we've said, our priority and our first goal is to locate and connect with 100% of our students. So we've already began working with staff and partners to locate and update contact information and communicate with those 1,636 unreachable students and their families. By May 9th, in class today, one of our partners will send family contact information in English and Spanish via mail, online, and chatbot, which is like a text, to households of the students who are currently disconnected from the district. We will be translating these packets into our other home languages, including Hmong, for round 2 mailings next week. The family contact information packets include a letter from the superintendent, Sac City specific resources, and a contact information survey that requests updated email and phone info. It also provides them with the option to respond again through multiple modalities, via prepaid return mail, online via a secure site, or via text message with a chatbot. ICT, our partner, then cleans the data and returns the updated student information to the district. We also have standing MOUs with county agencies to verify addresses and contact information. Under the guidance of County Public Health Office, SEIU attendance staff will begin working remotely to continue outreach and interventions to our students in order to ensure safety and well-being. After a site has exhausted all of their resources, a referral can be made to the Be Here office to coordinate Tier 3 interventions with other district departments like the FACE team and student support services. As permitted under CBE and Sac County Public Health, the Be Here office will be conducting student safety home visits. We really need to be doing whatever we can to reconnect with these students. On an ongoing basis, we will monitor which students are unable to stay engaged so that we can then determine the barriers and follow best practices to reconnect students to keep them on track. And then just as a side note, we had 2 schools that were early implementers, Oak Ridge and FOI Baker. They've logged over 200 engagement interventions like device delivery, home visits, and internet support in the past 2 weeks based on survey data or lack of engagement. And that's not even including the services provided through the Student Support Center and the Connect Center, which you'll hear about next from Victoria. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Flores. I serve as your Director of Student Support and Health Services, and I'm here tonight to talk with you about what we're doing to support mental health and well-being. And so all of our Student Support and Health Services staff have been, actively engaged in supporting our students and our families and responding to referrals through those engagement surveys, through any school staff who are noticing any needs, or even through parents and students identifying needs themselves. And one of the biggest things that we've really noticed is this lost sense of safety. We all need to feel safe and supported, right? A lot of this, as Doug and Jennifer and everyone has spoken about, is around basic needs, not knowing where, if I've got a stable shelter or food or how I'm going to pay my bills. And so this is really impacting family stress, which of course impacts our mental health and well-being. And so I just can't underscore how difficult that is right now. But one of the positive things we can do is reach out and connect and notice, right? And that doesn't just have to come from a school social worker. And it's the really positive impact of being able to validate someone's experience and let them know it's okay to not be okay, that feeling the way they do is normal because we're not in a normal time. And really just helping them navigate all those resources. There's a plethora of resources out there, and sometimes, all of us get a little overwhelmed. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. I've got my green ribbon on. And so what I wanted to say was, these impacts are community-wide, and they're experienced by every single one of us on this Zoom call tonight, or every one of us watching. And, within varying times and degrees, it hits us. And so just want to, reach out and encourage us all to be kind and connect with one another. Next slide, please. So this next slide, as we saw on those key metric slides, this next slide is some data. And this comes straight from our EIIS, or our early warning system. And all of our staff document all of their interventions in this system. And all year long, we've been using this system to drive our referrals, noticing the students that we need to notice using data. So year to date, from August to May 1st, we've served over 12,000 students and provided nearly 53,000 interventions. And I just want to note that this is 44 staff doing this work at the Student Support Centers and the Connect Center. So it's not a huge, army of staff, but they're mighty. And so one of the things that we've noticed since school closures happened and we were able to equip our staff and get them back is they immediately reached out to all of those students they were already working with and connecting and navigating and making sure they were okay. But this number on this next column that says new referrals, these are students we didn't even know about, that we had never intervened with. And we've had nearly 400 referrals from the time we closed to May 1st. I actually looked at the data while we were waiting for this board meeting to start, and that number has jumped to 1,000 brand new students that we had never supported. And the interventions we've provided are over 2,000. So it just shows you how real time and actionable this data is and how hard staff are working to respond. This number below is those outreach calls that Jennifer was speaking about that some of those schools are doing. And we gave it a special code, COVID-19 outreach, so we could track and monitor how many are happening. Actually pulled it real time again, and that number now almost 3,000 outreaches via text, phone call, email, whatever families are most comfortable communicating in, we will meet them where they're at. So that's our work so far, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Next slide, please.
Good morning. This is Diana Flores. I'm the Director of School Nutrition. I want to start by thanking members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar, President Ryan, for visiting our staff in commemoration of our millionth meal at Oak Ridge last week. Currently, we're serving on average 37,438 meals per day. To put that in perspective, if we were open for school today, breakfast, lunch, and snack would be approximately that same number. So we're serving almost the same number of meals, 97% number of meals, with a third less staff at 32 schools rather than 80 with the charters, which can tell you how hard our staff have been working during the closure. On Friday, Mayor Steinberg and the City Council office issued a resolution for our staff, which recognized them as School Lunch Heroes, which was School Lunch Hero Day, and I really appreciated that. We're going to find a way to recognize our staff with certificates from the mayor's office. And he said that he did it not just to recognize them during the pandemic, but to recognize the work they do all year long. Currently, we have served over 5,000 boxes of food from the Sacramento County Food Bank at 5 different locations. We continue to do that, and we'll do that throughout the school closure. And we are also part of the Family Meal Project with Patrick Mulvaney. And to date, we've served 3,200 dinner meals to our families. What I learned last night was we now will be expanding, and instead of 1 restaurant, it's growing to 12 restaurants as part of the Great Plates Delivered program. You may have heard about it last night. And 1,800 meals per week will come to Sac City families during our school meal distribution. All of this is funded by FEMA, and we're the first of its kind in the country. So we're very proud that we're going to receive some of those meals for our families. We do realize that in such a short period of time, our families were 1 or 2 paychecks away from poverty, and we've really seen that firsthand in our district. We also started this last week a fresh soup program where fresh soup kits are being delivered by Food Literacy Center. They're putting the kits together and delivering them curbside along with us for students that are in the after-school program. And they have a cooking lesson in there for those students and some incentives for students to turn in work to the Food Literacy Center. Additionally, we received 3 truckloads, 66 pallets of donated food from PepsiCo, and we've been delivering that for the last 2 weeks to our families. This is food in addition to the school meals, just extra food in the household for the entire family. On Monday, we'll be expanding to 1 more school, John Still Elementary, and that will be a total of 32 schools open during this emergency feeding time. Right now, our department is working on summer meals, and it is our hope that we remain open at all the same schools throughout the summer. That will depend on how many staff apply for summer work. All of our food service workers are 10-month workers, so we're going to really rely on them to want to work throughout the summer. And I will take any questions from anyone.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. I do want to recognize Member Vang for your continued advocacy to go back to John Still. When we did the analysis, we felt that that we could do that because of the staffing variation and fluctuation. So we will monitor as we reopen a site like John Still and hope that it will continue to serve our students and families. But just amazing work on behalf of Ms. Flores and our entire team that that we are still at this time a district that is serving the same number of meals that we were when we were completely operating normally at less than half of our sites.
Superintendent, I have a question. Diana?
Yes.
What criteria do we use for the 5,000 food bank boxes, the 3,200 family meal project, and the Great Plates Delivered program?
You mean which criteria On site selections, or what was your question?
What criteria is used for the families who get the food?
So I know with the Sacramento Food Bank, we selected 5 sites, and the sites were based on a couple different things. One is they have to bring in a large truck, and just the distribution of that along with our meals. We need to have a large driveway. There had to be a lot of clearance for all the cars that might be coming in. And then we also selected sites that had the highest meal counts, indicating the greatest need. For the Family Meal Project, Mulvaney's has gone to different school sites the entire time. We do not advertise it in advance. It is a surprise to the families when they show for school meals. In addition, they get a dinner. He can only produce about 150. That's going to ramp up here either next week or the following week when we get 12 restaurants. We have not worked out all the details of that yet. But Sac City specifically was selected because of the need here, and they wanted to go to Sac City families. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Flores, I don't know if everyone can hear me. We're going to go ahead and finish the presentation, take public comment, and then questions from board members.
Got about 4 more slides.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good evening. This is Chad Schweitzer, Instructional Assistant Superintendent. I'll be talking about our Chromebook deployment. As a result of MOU number 1, by March 25th, teachers made contact with their students and identified approximately 13,000 students who needed a Chromebook to begin our distant learning program. That included both students who reported that they did need a Chromebook and those students who were unreachable by our staff. After our first deployment on April 3rd, we quickly realized that we would need more computers, as twice as many students were showing up for a computer than originally reported. At that point, we estimated the need for approximately 26,000 computers to meet the needs of our students. We've had 5 distribution events so far at sites. On April 3rd, that was our initial distribution. It included schools at all segments. There were about 26 sites who initially had enough computers on hand to hand out to their students. On April 10th and 11th, we distributed to our elementary sites K through 6 at 1 Chromebook per family. On April 17th, we extended the distribution to include our middle school grades 7 and 8 and conducted a makeup day for those K through 6 sites, still at 1 per family. On April 22nd, we distributed to our high schools at 1 per family. And then on April 29th, we opened distribution to all of our segments and included 1 Chromebook for every student who needed one at that time. At this point, we've distributed over 25,000 computers to our school sites and are no longer doing any centralized distribution. And we have plenty of computers for every student who still may need one.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. I just want to, if we can go stay on that one on April 3rd, only because Member Garcia was with me at Hiram Johnson, and she can attest to how quickly we realized that the data that we had acquired as a result of the MOU 1 with our teachers union was probably too low. The lines were very long across the entire district. But do want to recognize that at this time, I mean, we have enough computers. Mr. Schweitzer, I know yesterday during a briefing you mentioned that you're still hearing from school sites that we're needing a few more. Any examples there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we do have inventory on hand. And for example, yesterday we delivered another 150 Chromebooks out to sites who had additional needs. So we are still able to deliver them to sites. Principals and staff are working diligently to get them out to students who still may need one.
Just want to remind the board that this is how we're going to be using data from our dashboard. We still have 1,636 students that we haven't reached. So we're just assuming that they might all need computers. So we will continue to update the board as we continue to identify and deploy computers to our students.
Thank you. Next slide.
Hello, I'm Nathaniel Browning, the Interim Director of Facilities, and I was going to outline some of what we've been doing around social distancing protocols at sites. Everyone on this presentation to this point have been deemed essential staff and have been working with either staff that are coming onto various sites or the district office. And other district departments that aren't represented in this presentation tonight have been as well, such as payroll and others. It's been one of our most critical focus points throughout this time to make sure that we're providing a safe and disinfected workplace for all essential staff that come on to our district sites. From the onset of the pandemic, we've developed an ever-expanding set of resources and protocols and trainings to ensure individuals remain socially distant, safe, and facilities continue to be disinfected on a daily basis. These protocols include very specific instruction provided to staff and volunteers who have distributed meals or laptops from curbside delivery, such as what Chad was talking about. They also include protocols for any staff that come onto any of our sites for whatever purpose may be needed. We do continue to highly limit staff access to sites at this time and have worked out scheduling to make sure that too many people don't overlap and we can maintain that social distancing. Here in front of us, we have a list of those protocols and trainings, a sample list of some of those trainings and protocols. And Vincent Flores, if you could, click on the site operations staff hyperlink. What this is pulling up is one of the training toolkits provided to the site custodial staff. It outlines everything from making sure that they are not coming onto site if they are showing symptoms or if someone that they're living with is showing a symptom. Also, making sure that they maintain proper social distancing at least 6 feet apart, if not more. We've stressed much more distance if possible. And outline key steps in making sure and ensuring that they're washing their hands properly, sneezing and coughing into their elbow if they do not have a tissue, and continuing to reinforce the same protocols for individuals that are coming onto their sites. That these protocols have been shared widely with all department heads and site leadership throughout the district. We are in the process of also updating some of the key signage that we will be rolling out to sites. Currently, when individuals come onto a school site now in order to develop learning packets for distance learning or anything along those lines, the signage is right at the front door. They check in with the site plant manager and go through some of these protocols that are required while they're on site. We are making signage a little bit bigger. We're also began rolling out checklists to do site walks and just to ensure that these protocols are in place to ensure that there's proper measurements and systems in place to ensure these are being followed on a regular basis. And that's all I have. Next slide.
Can I ask Mr. Browning if you can work with Vincent while we're finishing up this so that we can come back to showing an example of these protocols, please?
Yes.
So as we wrap up the presentation, really there's the broad themes of considerations for us. And obviously, as you heard tonight, I mean, lots of the metrics you've seen are emergent. And so we're working to continue to identify the right measures and to continue the right ways to enlist the right folks to get the information we need on behalf of our students. You know, certainly in a broad sense, we recognize that this is a big event in terms of just being in the pandemic, but also for our seniors, we've also recognized we've got to do a lot to help honor them. And so we've got virtual graduation ceremonies planned. And then as we talk about, you know, the notion of, as Mr. Browning spoke to, there's a real focus on the health and safety of employees, students, and the school community. And so that will continue on through almost an evergreen type of focus. And then also, as we think forward, it's important to note our sites will continue submitting their single plans, their school plans for student achievement. And you'll be seeing them at the June 8th board meeting. And so our principals, as they lead kind of in a different environment, as CAO Bieta spoke to, they also are planning for the future. And that speaks to the overall work we're doing now as we think about ways that we need to be doing work differently as we think about reopening schools, because we know increasingly that's becoming a much more important and emergent topic. And so we're just now launching a work team to help us focus on that as well. And with that, I'll end the presentation and we'll return it back to the board.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. We have 8 public comments.
Okay, Anne, and you will be timing and reading the public comments?
Yes. The first is from Angela Marley.
No, hold on, and yeah, that's not working.
And I don't know if you're in a room with someone else right now, but there is an echo happening.
The first public comment is from Angela Marley, and she says, as an employee that works directly with staff and children, I hope that the district will have the proper PPE, face masks, and gloves for those of us working as noon duty aides and campus monitors. We work directly with the children, helping them open containers and food items in the cafeteria, as well as tying shoes and first aid in the yard. If we are protected, then the children aren't protected, which is the goal of our job. As a parent, I would want the employees to be protected at all times so that my child has protection. I also would like to bring up the idea of proper PPE and supplies for the children. If masks are required for children, we may see those who cannot afford or find them. The district needs to be prepared to supply that, as well as sanitizers, soap, proper disinfectant for surfaces, and paper towels. There have been plenty of time we run out of these items in our schools, and that is not acceptable to our children or to our staff. And the next public comment is from Cressy Ross, and she says, stay home until it's safe to return. We also have a comment from David Fisher. He says, transitioning 40,000 students from a classroom to distance learning is a monumental undertaking. But rather than take the opportunity to rebuild trust, the leadership of the Sacramento City Unified School District, with the blessing of this board, continued with its unprecedented attacks on classroom teachers, other professional support staff, and our classified coworkers. SEIU Local 1021 Chapter President Carla Fawcett has characterized the district leaders as treating classified staff during this pandemic like, quote, like cannon fodder, unquote. Sac City is the only school district in California that we are aware of that has refused to abide by Governor Newsom's framework for labor management collaboration. What does the district find objectionable to a document endorsed by the California School Board Association, where SCUSD School Board Darrell Wu sits on the governing board? Apparently, it's objectionable that the parties will, quote, work together to find the best path for the students, the staff, and communities, unquote, and that SCTA and SCUSD, quote, agree to engage in open, ongoing, and frequent communications, unquote, and that SCUSD agrees to treat SCTA as its partner regarding information gathering, developing plans, and decision-making, unquote. It's even objectionable that teachers volunteer to help students, parents, and other teachers with technical support. Really? Because of Sac City's belligerence, we have been forced to file an unfair labor practice charge regarding the district's unlawful implementation of its distance learning plan. The next is from David Wong, and he says, "Good evening, board members. My name is David Wong. I work as an instructional aide at Luther Burbank High School. Recently, I volunteered to distribute Chromebooks to students at my site. I was shocked to see that nutrition service employees were not provided proper PPE so that they could perform their jobs and remain safe. These essential workers were wearing just surgical masks and disposable gloves. The coronavirus is an airborne virus. These dedicated workers need face shields, gowns to cover their clothes, and plastic booties to cover their shoes. Please provide proper PPE to these essential workers who are risking their personal health to provide an essential service to the community." The next comment on 7.1 is from Teresa DeMars, and she says, "I am a veteran teacher who is considered at risk for complications to the coronavirus. How will the district address the health and safety issues for teachers who are in this high-risk group? Will we be expected to return to work in light of the life-threatening conditions of this virus?" The next comment is from Tristan Brown, and Tristan says, "Sacramento is leading the state in COVID-19 infection rates, perhaps since a large portion of the population here are public employees who follow the governor's shelter-in-place order. Please continue this trend and keep our employees out of harm's way by working from home to the greatest extent possible and providing those who can't being actually essential and not just more convenient, the appropriate protection equipment and training to use that equipment. Nothing we do at this time is worth someone's life. We can wait to resume our school's functions." The next comment is from Maisha Banks. "Hello, my name is Maisha Banks and I'm a paraprofessional. I am simply appalled that the district would ask classified employees to return to work during this pandemic. The president haven't lifted the stay-at-home order and neither should you guys. There are countless cases of individuals dying and becoming ill due to coronavirus. The state of California has one of the highest cases of COVID-19, which is redundant that you would put innocent lives at risk. Our district requires us to teach SEL, social emotional learning, in the curriculum. However, you are not practicing or showing any empathy nor sympathy to classified employees. That depends on their position to provide for their families. This epidemic was unexpected and definitely not anyone's fault. So we are asking that we keep our position as classified employees and please show a little compassion." And the last comment is from Robin Muchler, and she says, "Sending non-essential employees to work sites during a pandemic is reckless. Those employees work and interact with the public, as is the description of their job. They then return home to expose their own families, most of which are children within our district. If it is unsafe for children to return to school due to exposure, why would you risk the lives of their parents and caregivers? Our surrounding districts are honoring and respecting the health of their employees through hazard pay and all non-essential work done from home, while Sac City looks like a fool through its actions of blatant disregard for staff and students by returning non-essential workers to school sites."
Is that all, Ms. Moretti? She's muted.
Okay, so it sounds like that is all of our public comment at this time. Ms. Moretti, if you can please set the clock for 10 minutes and we'll take board member questions at this time. If I can ask for a full screen, I'm only seeing the PowerPoint, and that will allow me to call upon board members. If you can raise your hand if you have a question. Board Member Garcia, followed by Board Member Pritchett.
Yes, thank you. First, I would like to commend all staff working to make sure that the needs during this pandemic are being met, from preparing meals, providing those meals, the distribution of computers, etc. But I did have some questions regarding student engagement, just so that I'm clear. On the outset, student engagement is being defined as or used as a proxy for attendance, and I think what comes to mind for me is, will we evolve into measuring meaningful engagement? So, and I see a nod from Superintendent Aguilar, so I figured that's kind of the direction that we're going. But and I know for now we at least need to make sure that the contact with the students is being made.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct, Member Garcia. Don't know if, is it because in the boardroom, Ms. Moretti? Okay. That's correct, Member Garcia, and I'm glad that I did interject. This is an area that, I mean, we are going to continue to refine because engagement should not be a proxy for attendance. We are thinking of, again, trying to triangulate data as best we can. So, for example, if this were a session in which we might measure engagement, as Ms. Kreshman said, I might, recognize or notice that you're a little bit quieter today as one of my students. But I want to triangulate the data with, say, Zoom, Google Classroom as an instructional platform, and also determine if you're submitting any assignments. So creating thresholds in a variety of ways to get to a definition of engagement that, again, we're not benefiting from any direction or specific guidance on a definition. We're kind of playing, just kind of thinking here internally of how we might feel comfortable with a definition that doesn't just involve whether you're showing up, say, in a discussion using Zoom as a platform, because we want to make sure that we can identify through our dashboard. We have one metric that, for example, says what is the percentage of students that we have issued a device to and are not both showing up on a platform like Zoom, but also not turning in any assignments either. So I will. I look forward to continuing to come back to the board with a refined. I do want to make clear that the engagement survey is not a proxy for attendance only, because in fact, as I said, we're very privileged and honored to have teachers who have strong relationships with our students, and they can notice things just as you and I can notice things after having been together about our mood or anxieties that we might recognize through this platform. But we also want to make sure that we can triangulate what we're seeing today with other data points like assignments or projects or other things that we also have access to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just I'll ask a couple more questions because I know others have questions as well. So just knowing that the distance learning plan does not require for all students to have a computer. So I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the process for the development and distribution of the learning packets, and wondering sort of how much of that is happening relative to how many computers have been distributed. So just if you can just share a little bit more on that, and then I have a couple other questions.
I'll ask our CAO, Christine Bieda, to answer that. I see also Chad Schweitzer as one of our IASs who might, just from experience, be able to speak to how many of our teachers or students are engaged in a form of distance learning that doesn't involve technology per se.
So thank you for that. That's a really good question. And I'll start by saying that we wanted to make clear, and we've worked to help our principals and our teachers to understand that we've talked about this before. We don't want to just put out packets just to put out packets. We're working to meet the needs of our students. And so we're putting out packets and helping to make sure that happens when we determine that a student has a need. So we don't want to just put out a math packet for all the kids in second grade at a school or in a classroom. We really want to make sure that we're doing that to address specific student needs. So I think that's first and foremost as we put that out front. And the need may be a struggle with technology, a struggle with Wi-Fi, a struggle with something socially, emotionally that makes it better for a student to access paper, any of those pieces, or something academically. But we're not just putting out a packet program. So I think that's important to know. And then when teachers and principals determine that we do need packets, we worked with Mr. Browning and Victoria Flores and designed a general, I would say with guardrails system to come onto campus for staff to be able to make copies, to be able to distribute those copies in very safe ways. Once we set up those guardrails, every school then was able to design based on their physical configuration as well as the number of staff that they have, how they would schedule teachers or other staff to be able to come and make copies or do other work physically in the building, and then to be able to distribute. So each site has parameters that are very safe so that we want to make sure our staff stays safe and our students and families who are coming to pick up or be delivered packets are safe. But then once it goes to the sites are making some of their own decisions about how to make that happen based on their configuration and the personal needs of that specific site. So I hope that starts to answer the question. You asked another really good question that, and Mr. Harris shared that some of the metrics that we know we need and want, and we actually are working so hard to find and try to find ways to get these metrics include exactly how many students are being served with a packet and how does that compare with the distribution of technology, and has that shifted or changed? And we don't have a good handle on exactly how many students are being served with packets versus the technology. We don't know that, because the other piece that is flexible is, and we're not putting into Infinite Campus, if a teacher sees that a student is engaging, because that's still engagement, with their packet, they can put into Infinite Campus that the student's engaging, but they're not saying, and they're engaging with a packet. So that part we don't know. And we're really working to, and we have groups that are meeting all throughout the day trying to figure out how we can learn more so that we can do better for the children. Those are really good questions. Does that help, Member Garcia?
It does help because I think it was an important follow-up as we continue to hear about how it's all evolving at the local level and how you're meeting the needs. And it sounds as though the packets have actually become an opportunity to really tailor to a student's needs. So I really like hearing that. So because they're very tailored to the student needs. And then a couple more questions. So the maintenance schedule, I heard from school sites. I saw that on one of the slides that there is a maintenance schedule. So I'm hoping to have Mr. Browning maybe elaborate a little bit more on sort of what has evolved. I had a couple of, I had a school site that, had a lot of growth and of understandably so, but I know that that's going to be maintained with some regular basis. So if you can just share a little bit about that. And I have one more question after that.
Yeah, specifically on lawns, we right after the order and closed schools, it took us a couple weeks to figure out how to start rolling in appropriately services such as landscaping and the alike. As soon as we figured that out, it started to rain really heavily and we couldn't get our large mowers out on the sites. So because of that, there was like a 3 to 4 week window where a couple sites, all of our sites weren't mowed. And so it did get rather long and large and unruly. So it did take a little bit to get caught back up. We are getting to a point where we are on top of the mowing and continuing to do that. We are working on effectively outlining other components of our maintenance programs that are in critical need. Another example might be our HVAC and AC filter systems. All of our sites draw air and circulate air, so it's really important for us to make sure that we're going out and continuing to address those filters and HVAC systems, even though we don't have large numbers of students there. And the like is for each and every one of our maintenance shops. So there was a delay at the beginning, but we just really wanted to focus on and make sure that we had all the guardrails, like Ms. Bieda called it, in place to ensure that we had proper safety and security for our staff. For example, we now have all of our maintenance crews that have to go out. They typically, traditionally share vehicles. We no longer do that. So we have secured vehicles and took them from other parts of the district operations and have them going out. We also have sanitizer for them to disinfect each of their vehicles. We have proper PPEs for all of them. And so now that we're starting to figure out and normalize what that looks like, we can go forward and start figuring out what is deemed essential and what does it look like in order to continue to service our facilities as needed.
So thank you. And my last question is something that came up in public comment is what is the process that the district has to or is undertaking in terms of securing PPE? So I recognize everybody's in direct competition trying to secure enough PPE for employees, but I'm just wondering, what does that process look like? And is that a standard process throughout the state? I'm just unfamiliar, and I think it would be helpful to understand why there is maybe not as much as PPE as it's needed at this time.
Sorry, I had an alarm going off in the background. So we have really focused on when we find a vendor that has the proper PPEs available, ordering in bulk and bringing them centrally for distribution. That is different than how we normally do it. Sites typically place those orders for themselves, whether it's a box here or a box there. But we've really focused on trying to centralize a lot of those components, especially during these times right now, so we can place a larger order and potentially, and in many cases have moved up on the list of getting those secured. So we have been able to secure all the proper PPEs and have a very strong backstock of all of those right now. The one that has been problematic and hit and miss is hand sanitizer. Although we are starting to receive that now, a lot of the back orders that we've placed are starting to come in. So we're building up a healthy backstock centrally so we can distribute those and then continue to distribute those in the future as needed.
And that backstock is what is what is available to all the employees who need the meal distribution or any other employee who needs to practice safe distancing and protection. All of that is in place right now.
Correct. We have 2 individuals that run throughout the district as needed to provide PPEs to any of our sites or any of our departments. I ran some PPEs to Cerna Center myself today because folks were spread thin on doing their other errands. So we have a healthy backstock and staff that are running those and delivering those PPEs upon request.
Thank you so much.
And Anne, we have exhausted the 10 minutes for all the board member questions. Did I hear that beat? Okay, so what I'm going to do, since I can't see time right now, I want to be mindful of other board members' opportunity to ask questions. What we're going to do moving forward is I'm going to ask board members, since I don't have a clock in front of me, if we can have, because those were excellent questions, I suspect that many board members would have similar questions, and I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to have their voice heard. If we can start by having board members ask 2 key questions, we'll see if we get through the allotted time, and then we'll circle back to board members if they have additional questions. That way we can hear from our board in totality if possible. So I know that we had Member Morowski's hand up. We have to extend our time. We're actually an hour behind already and have not gotten to any of the financial items. This is a critical update. Okay, Board Member Pritchett, followed by Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to say thank you to all of the staff for all of your work on behalf of the students of SCUSD. Being out at the school sites and seeing the work that you guys have done, this is pretty amazing. And you guys should be celebrating this. It's pretty cool. I had 3 questions, but I will break it down to 2. First, I wanted to find out how we are tracking I know you kind of went through how we're tracking the contact of students, but I wanted to find out if there's a chart, especially in upper grades, to find out how many times a student is being contacted, not just if they're being contacted overall.
So we have a master unreachable student list that we're working on here. It's located centrally, and the sites have access to it to update it. So we have that information constantly coming and going. It's a living document.
And so we're able to tell that a student is at least being contacted regularly, weekly?
There are notes on the side, and so the school sites are doing the contact now. The Be Here office has started to do the contact, and FACE will be involved next week to also do the contact. So that starting from this point forward, now that we finally have that list, it will be daily, weekly, as often as possible. Yes.
So I'm assuming you have a chart, just like you guys were showing us earlier, that shows that kind of contact.
Yes, we have that.
Okay, and then my second question is, I know that in this time, everyone had to kind of become an IT guru to learn how to do distance learning, and that's not the case for a lot of people. There was a learning curve that needed to take place, and so I wanted to know if I'm hearing some echoes. I wanted to know if we have 100% of teacher participation.
In which part? In the engagement part or in distance learning?
With distance learning on e-learning.
On e-learning?
Yes.
Distance learning.
On the distance learning though, so if they're not doing e-learning, they're doing packet learning?
Not all teachers have completely engaged with, as far as we can tell, based on all the metrics that we do have, not all teachers are engaging with e-learning. And so some, we know that some are then doing some work with packets, but what I'd like to celebrate that I didn't get to celebrate previously is some of the work that our principals are doing, because our principals are participating in collaborative time and supporting teachers there, and then able to see and learn how teachers are providing support to kids, whether it's through e-learning or through packets. They're also doing virtual walkthroughs, because when kids are really with us, we can walk the building and see how they're learning and be engaged with that. And they're doing that virtually now. We've also asked that principals look at how teachers are giving feedback so that they can learn, so the principals can be supporting and learning right beside. So I don't have exact numbers, but I do know that some teachers are finding themselves much more comfortable in a paper space than with our virtual learning. But they're also starting to dab their toes into trying more and more and more exciting things.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know this is a new world for all of us. And and the reason why I asked the question is though I've heard some success stories from distance learning, I'm also hearing some frustrations, especially from upper grades where parents are saying that their students aren't being reached out to. So that's why I asked the question. I won't ask my other questions. I just wanted to say thank you to Victoria for reminding us that it's okay to not be okay in this space. So thank you for that.
Member Morowski.
Good evening. Thank you. Thanks so much. Just first, I do want to keep it brief. I'm mindful of the time. I just wanted to first thank all of our staff that's out there on the front lines, just, you know, face to face with our families and students. You know, we just appreciate you so much. And the leadership it takes to, you know, to make this happen, I also want to appreciate. A couple things really stood out to me, and I wanted to thank you, Superintendent, for really taking the, you know, the idea about having goals and metrics seriously about distance learning and about meal distribution. And I appreciate all the data that you shared with me, with us tonight. I'd love to dive in more, so maybe we can follow up. I was disappointed to see that CK McClatchy was one of the sites with the highest disengaged or unreachable student numbers. So I would, you know, would like to follow up and learn more about that. I wanted to ask in terms of the public data reporting, you know, you shared some really interesting findings with us today. Is this going to be made publicly available? How often will we be able to see updates to it?
Yeah, it's a great question because I know that was a question that was asked in terms of a public-facing dashboard. I do think that we will get there as we continue to populate them and do some quality control, Member Morowski. I could probably only commit at this time that I would want to make sure that that we release them once we've done quality control for each of the metrics. And then we will have to work with our programming partners to make sure that that we deactivate some of the tabs, if you will, because they are designed right now to get down to by student, by need as well. So it's not just, you know, that there's 1,636. You can see in the view that we have built right now who those 1,600 students are as well. So I will work with our team to figure out how to create a public-facing document in as short order as we possibly can. Again, we both want to celebrate that we're doing this, but also make sure that the community knows the importance of trying to have the support to get through these very challenging times. I will make sure that I update the board as soon as we have a mechanism to create a public-facing dashboard.
Okay, I appreciate that. And you know, if it's very technically difficult, or in the meantime, you know, you may want to think about what kind of static report information can be shared. I think that, you know, those numbers. It doesn't have to be real time. You know, if it's regular, I think that's really important. Yeah, I want to emphasize again, I know you're aware, but to share with the rest of the board and the public that myself and some other board members have been working with community groups that are very, very worried about this number as well, and want to, you know, engage with us to help, you know, make sure we can connect with all students. So just encourage our staff to continue to engage with them. I finally wanted to ask about our seniors. You know, I know we all feel very deeply for our seniors who are missing these important milestones, and I wanted to recognize My C and her SEL team for the podcast that they've produced, 3 episodes now, I think. And in the last episode I listened to, they were interviewing a couple of our seniors, and they were expressing that, you know, they wish there was better communication to them about what was going to happen to make sure that that we weren't forgetting about them, and it was just about, broke my heart. So I know there's things in the works, and I just hope you can explain a little bit to give the public and our all of us a preview of what's kind of in the works for that.
Yeah, I do see Mr. Harris and then Christine as well. I know that some of our staff are not online right now that have been working with principals, and I know that student board member Olivia Ang Olson also participated in a meeting. I will start at the very highest level. Member Pritchett and others did visit the local drive-in to see if there was a way in which we might be able to make use of even a drive-in. So I would think of it as a hybrid virtual graduation, if you will. But so much of this is also contingent on public health orders. This morning I saw an article in the San Jose Mercury News where that particular county has actually issued expanded as part of their public health order, banning any kind of drive-through graduation type of ceremony. So it's, at this point we have committed to a virtual graduation, and I know that our IASs, Christine, and our graduation team, if you will, are exploring as many ideas as possible. But Christine, Chad, Mr. Harris, if there's anything else that you can add, as well as student board member Olivia Ang Olson.
I'll quickly add that certainly one big effort has been through the counseling realm has been to identify those key milestone activities that need to take place in addition to graduation, just to support. And so we've been launching various partnerships with our local colleges and universities. Actually, and Youth Development's College Mentors have been a big resource for us, and that they've been doing individual student contacts to build and support students who are in the process of matriculation or really trying to fulfill all the obligations for enrolling. So through the counseling door, there's been a real focus on leveraging the virtual outreach that our universities are doing, and actually Los Rios is sending emails to our students. We have some virtual relationships with Sacramento State and with UC Davis as well. And so we've been basically building our muscle to make sure students are engaged. I mean, certainly there'll be some variability as we've been starting up some of these virtual relationships, but our counseling team has been very focused on supporting our students, both in terms of graduating, but also what is that next step in terms of post-secondary. And concretely, with our institutions of higher learning here in the Sacramento region.
And I would just add, I joined an excellent meeting that that Chad Schweitzer and Mary Harden Young, our two secondary IASs, led with our secondary team to bring some ideas about virtual graduation. Christina Espinosa is also helping, as well as Linda Kingston. And not only did they bring the ideas, they were hearing some great ideas from our principal leaders. And I know that member Ang Olson has joined in that group also. We're partnering with Jostens. And I think one of the things that's really important in a system like ours where there's so much variation is that we're setting a set of parameters. I keep using parameters and guardrails to ensure that there's a happy, hopeful celebration for all, and it's not just one school does something that's so wonderful and magnificent, while another school that maybe doesn't have as much participation or opportunity, that they don't have that opportunity to have a fabulous celebration. So we've put together some ways that we can ensure that every school has a fabulous celebration, and as I've shared before, not that we would ever want it to happen like this, but being that it has, how can we make it something that is really special and very memorable? So I would love to do a great shout out to Chad, because in addition to doing the IAS work that he's been doing and helping us get computers out, he's been working on our virtual graduation team. So Mr. Schweitzer, do you have anything you'd like to share about our virtual graduation?
Yeah, thank you. I'll give the shout out to Christina and Linda and Mary. They've been doing most of the work. I joined in very late, but yeah, partnering with Jostens has been fantastic to ensure that everybody has a wonderful experience while still following all of the physical guidelines, safe distance, et cetera. So we're still going to have speeches and performances, singing, et cetera, choirs. We're going to have all of that ready to go. It'll just be virtually at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chad. We have a question from Mai Vang, and then it looks like our final board member comment is from board member Minnick.
Thank you, President Ryan. I will try to keep my comments short and questions short. I know we are limited on time. I have several actually questions, but I'll do my best to keep them short. The first thing I just want to say is I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank staff, Victoria, Diane, Chad, Christine, all of you, just for your incredible work, during these really challenging times. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of all our students. I'm grateful to all of you for all your hard work. Diane, thank you so much for reopening John Still as a distribution site. I've been hearing from so many families that live in that area that they simply just can't walk several miles to the closest neighborhood school. So I really appreciate y'all opening that school site back up, because I know our students there, John Still, needs those meals. I just had a question regarding the daily student engagement survey. In particular, I think Member Morawski, spoke a little bit about our CBOs. I'm curious to know, I think if I understand it, the survey is going out to all of our students and families, correct? And I'm worried that, those who are already disengaged are the ones that I want filling out the survey, right? And I'm interested to know, in terms of, and I think I asked this question last month as well, is, how are we mobilizing our community organization to really reach the hard-to-reach students in our district, right? I really think this is the opportunity right now to lean into our after-school programming service providers to assist with outreach, because I wonder what the overlap is in terms of the students that are not engaged, the 1,600 that I saw that Superintendent Aguilar shared, in terms of the students that our CBOs are serving, right? And if they are making those touch, we need to be able to capture them. And so I would really, encourage staff to look at that and to lean in on our community partners. And I don't know if there's already work around that, if you can speak to that, or maybe it hasn't been done yet, if you can share a little bit about that.
So basically, the list was just compiled this week. So we finally got the student names, and we have been working closely with Marcus. We will get together next week likely to look and see at students who are already working with community partners and already have like MOUs, and we can share that confidential information. We have to be really careful and protective of our students and their information. So yes, there is a plan. We will be working with Marcus to coordinate those efforts.
Okay. Secondly, I wanted to just go, I had a few questions just regarding our frontline staff. Just want to also give a shout out to everyone, all our teachers, our nutrition workers, for just being on the front line, really to make sure that we meet the needs of our students. In the slide, I think, Mr. Browning, thank you so much for covering some of the protocols that we've been putting in place. I think, as this is a standing item, as a board member, I really want to know as a district, and also to share with the public how we have defined who is essential and non-essential staff. And that's really, really important. Given that this is a global pandemic, I think we have to do everything we possibly can. We know everyone is essential worker to keep our school operating, but as a board member and to the public, I think it's really important for us to be able to be able to inform the public basically how we are defining non-essential and essential. And so, maybe at the next board meeting, I would like, for us to be able to share that to the public. The other thing I would also like to know is I actually want to know how many staff are working remotely and on site, and what those numbers look like. And maybe you'll be able to share this at the next report, given that this is a standing item. The last piece that I just had, and maybe superintendent and staff, that this item might be discussed in item 10.1, but I read earlier this week regarding Sac City receiving close to almost $16 million from the federal stimulus to support COVID response efforts. And I know this is a budget related item, but it's also related to the budget, and really just had a lot of questions regarding priorities and really what the process is going to look like in deciding how these funds will be allocated to respond to COVID. And I don't know if you have a response to this or if this is going to be discussed in agenda item 10.1, but I'm really curious about that, given just the dire needs for our students, making sure that we support our workers on the front line, and you know, that funding is for COVID response. So if you could respond to that, it'd be great.
Yeah, no, just very quickly, Member Bang, we will be discussing that in the budget presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So just back to the non-essential and essential and the numbers for our workers, because we can't deliver our services to our students. We can't connect our students without making sure that there's people power on the ground. And I want to make sure that, that we have those numbers. I want to have a understanding of the landscape of who's working remotely and who's not, to make sure that we protect our workers. So thank you.
Okay, absolutely. We'll follow up on that.
So it looks like we also had a question in addition to Board Member Minnick from Student Board Member Olson. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. And once again, we're now almost an hour and a half behind. So I'm asking, please keep your questions to 2 questions per board member so that we have an opportunity. What will happen is in future items, the budget items, we will actually have to cut those short.
Okay, well, I'll start my 14 questions with, no, I'm just kidding. So I don't have a question really. I just want to say how impressed I am with everything I heard tonight, and I know that this was not the work that you signed up to do. Even though it's related to your jobs, it is not what anyone expected, and you have all risen to this occasion in an amazing way. When I think about how you're addressing, how we identify levels of engagement for students and how we adjust to making sure we're able to get in touch with unreachable students and how we impact those families, and the work that you're doing to make that happen is amazing. That actually became the centerpiece of the one of the classes I teach at the college. We're using that as a case study to talk about how to identify levels of engagement for students during a crisis, and I'm just amazed by that. The other thing I just want to say just about the survey, as we talked about that family survey, I heard this was coming, and then at like 9:30 a.m. the next morning, my daughter says to me, "What's this survey that my teacher just sent me?" It was like so fast. Like I heard about it, and just a few hours later, there it was. And it was short, it was simple, it was easy for her to reply to. It was just an amazing way to get a lot of data really fast. And in a slow-moving system like we are all part of, that's really refreshing and really exciting. And I think that what we're seeing is we're in a time right now where, we're learning that the organizations that are able to adjust and change course as needed to meet the needs of our kids are going to be successful. And we can't do things the way we did before. And you all have found new and exciting and interesting ways to make this happen in a horrible time. And I just want to thank you all for making that happen, because it's been incredible to watch this as a parent. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Olson.
Thank you. I just have one question about the survey. I really do agree that I think the idea and the intent on the survey is great. But the value really comes in making sure that as many students as possible are taking that survey. And similar to Board Member Bang's comment, obviously this is a new thing, so we don't necessarily have the data on how successful we are getting students to take the survey. But in some of my peers and in my classes, people have been not really understanding why it's important. And these are even kids who do attend the online Zoom classes who do not take the survey. So my suggestion would be to ask teachers to use the first 5 minutes of their class period to take time to ask students to take the survey then. And obviously that would not be getting all students who, especially the ones who are just disengaged in general from taking the survey, but at least then you're getting the students who are already engaged. Like they're already taking the classes, they're attending their Zoom calls, and then you have that data to work off of. And then I guess a suggestion for students that are not even attending Zoom classes or completely unreachable is to potentially send out like paper pamphlets to their homes with information on how they can connect. Because right now, phone calls and online and computers and technology, if people don't have that technological connection, that's really difficult. And obviously home visits are great, but with, 1,600 people that we have to connect to who are unreachable, that just might not be feasible for everyone in a timely manner. So mailing out information pamphlets to those 1,600 people who are currently unreachable might be a way to go.
Thank you, so
Olivia.
much.
We're definitely going to be doing that. We will be doing mailings, emails, texting, all of the above, and we will add the helpful tips for teachers. Awesome.
And I know that there is a letter going out to students who indicated that they had a need for a computer and for whatever reason did not pick one up. So I know that multiple modalities are being used, but Student Board Member Olson, great comments. I do think that your suggestion about having teachers ask the students to fill out the engagement survey is a great one. My daughter, who's in 4th grade, began filling out the survey after her teacher made that request at the beginning of her class earlier this week and asked me about the purpose of the survey as well, started a conversation there. I'm not going to ask any questions because other board members covered some of the questions I hope to ask. I would like to leverage our community-based organizations to find those 1,636 students. That's what keeps me up at night, this idea that they might have grave needs and they are not being met because they are not found and not served. And I think that our trusted community brokers are quite often the best individuals to make those connections. I do just want to close this item because I know that we went very over, however, that this was a critical update given the state of this unprecedented public health crisis. But I just want to thank our staff, echo the comments of fellow board members. We are so grateful that you show up day in, day out to serve our students at every level and know that these are very uncertain times for students and families. Your commitment, your dedication, your willingness to go above and beyond, and the educators and staff members at every level who are doing the work that you reported out on tonight are helping to create stability in a very difficult time for our kids and their families. And there is no amount of gratitude that we can share that is sufficient to recognize what you are doing. So this is an informational item only. We're moving on to item 7.2, approving resolution number 3133, recognition of National School Nurse Day. We're also approving number 3134, recognition of California's Day of the Teacher, and resolution 3135, recognition of National School Principals Day. This will be presented by our Chief of Human Relations, Kansi McKern.
Victoria, actually,
oh,
yeah.
Sorry, we have Kansi listed, but it looks like another staff member will be presenting.
That's okay. My name is Victoria Flores. I serve as the Director of Student Support and Health Services, and I'll just be speaking a little bit about our school nurses. So if we can go to our next slide. Yesterday, actually, May 6th was, we can go ahead and go to the next slide as well. May 6th was National School Nurse Day. And, now more than ever, we really need our school nurses. They are our public health experts. And I just want to, everyone's shown their gratitude tonight for everyone working so hard. Our nurses have really jumped in there, drafted those medication guidelines, and are just right there at the front lines trying to make sure that we keep everyone safe. And, they serve at lots of different levels. And so here's some photos of all the different things that they do. Every year they go do vision screenings at Assemblymember Jim Cooper's annual back to school event. They teach in classrooms with Mr. Skeleton. So that's one of our nurses at Harkness Elementary doing some public health teaching. They do home visits. So down below is one of our nurses, making a home visit and making that connection with families to really try to help get to some of those, maybe deeper, tougher issues, as well as serving in our immunization clinic. So I just ask you to join me tonight in showing your appreciation for all that they do and all the ways they serve.
Thank you, Victoria. Good evening. I am Tiffany Smith-Simmons, and I would like to echo Victoria's statements about the importance of our nurses and share that spotlight with our teachers. Teachers and other certificated staff members play a vital role in the lives of children. They help young minds and encourage students to challenge themselves daily. It's a profession that requires lots of patience, understanding, and a lifetime of dedication. With all our teachers do, I'm honored to present the resolution and Day of the Teacher, May 13th, 2020. Next slide. And equally, last Friday was Day of the School Principal, May 1st, 2020. We can't thank our school leaders enough for all that they do at our school sites. Your vision, wisdom, and passion for your school and our school community is apparent in every way you lead and guide. You do an incredible job in overcoming obstacles and challenges daily to make a difference in the lives of our scholars, their families, and the staff at your school site. It gives me great pleasure to present this resolution to you in honor of the Day of the School Principal, May 1st, 2020.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Ann stepped out for a sec.
So Anne stepped away and she has the public comment.
Why don't we move to the next one and come
Okay.
back to
Do we
it?
have any board member comment on this item? Okay, looks like we don't. We're gonna bring Anne.
Member Pritchett's
Board member Pritchett, go ahead.
I just wanted to move the resolutions and thank you for all your hard work.
Do we
I work
have a
with nurses day in and day out. Can you see my screen? I know the heart of all of you guys.
I'll second that, and I want to thank the nurses, the teachers, the principals, all.
Wonderful. And did we get a second? Second was Daryl, sorry. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And this actually says roll call vote. Is that because we're doing Zoom right now?
No, you can if all of the board members take a position, votes for, votes against, or
So
abstention.
because all of the board members supported this resolution, we will not need to do a roll call vote. Looks like we're going to have to return to the public comment later on this item. Item 8.0, public comment on non-agendized items. Has Anne returned?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you want to read the public comment on the resolutions to support our wonderful teachers, our school nurses, and our principals?
Yes, we have 3 public comments. The first is from Estella Medina, and she says, why day-to-day teachers not getting paid? They work hard as well and would be working still if schools were open. It's not fair. Then we have a comment from Judy Farina. She says, on behalf of all the principals and other site administrators represented by UPE, I would like to thank the board and Superintendent Aguilar for this resolution and recognition. As frontline managers, we are fully committed to the caring to carrying out the district's mission and vision of equity and access, along with the support of our amazing teachers, support staff, and parents. Thank you again. Then we have a comment from David Fisher. He says, we honor and appreciate the hard work and dedication of the educators in SUSD. We know the broader community honors educators as well. In fact, a new poll by the National Education Association demonstrates that 88% of parents are pleased with the way teachers are dealing with distance learning during this unprecedented crisis. However, your actions over the past 2 years demonstrate that not only do you not honor teachers, you disrespect them as well. Our members work tirelessly and dedicate their lives towards helping our students succeed under difficult conditions made even more challenging by your actions. After making an agreement to significantly improve the salary structure to recruit and retain teachers to ensure that every Sac City student had a certificated teacher in the classroom, you backtracked on that agreement, then sued teachers when they exercised their legal right under our contract to enforce our agreement. After the district was laughed out of court, teachers predictably won a total victory in arbitration. But you didn't stop there. You then backtracked on an agreement to work with teachers to change the way the health insurance is purchased and to use the savings from the changes to increase services to students. Your refusal to abide by that agreement has deprived students of $16 million in services, and by maintaining Keenan as your broker and continuing to refuse to honor that agreement, the district will give an additional $3 million in taxpayer dollars to insurance companies rather than using those dollars on students. At the same time, you manufactured a phony budget crisis, a deception that continues to this very day, while vilifying teachers in the process. Through 2018-19, you projected a $35 million deficit only to end the year breaking even. That's the final comment.
Thank you so much, Anne. Item 8.0, public comment on non-agendized items. Do we have any public comments? Ms. Moretti?
Ms. Moretti, you're muted.
Yes, sorry. There are 29 public comments for item 8.0.
Do we have them grouped by topic area? I know that we allow for 15 minutes of public comment on each agenda item.
I'm sorry, Jesse, I couldn't hear what you said.
So my question is, do you have 29 comments and they are all not related, or are they grouped by issue area, in which case it would be 15 minutes per issue area?
Oh, no, they are not grouped by issue area.
Okay, so they might very well be on the same topic, but they have not been organized by issue area.
Correct.
Okay, well, in that case, it will be 2 minutes per item.
The first comment is from Amy Thibodeau, and it says, teachers and admin must collaborate on how distance learning is to be done in the future. Everyone's responsibility from admin on down, and access needs to clear to the public. All services for the students should be directly accessible for immediate response, parent resource / student services / multilingual office, attendance. The daily survey is not an efficient way of discriminating to the information. Responsibilities need to be shared. The next comment is from Carolyn Durbin, and she says, by not paying your part-time employees, you are not only ignoring the governor's executive order, but You are stealing from the state. The state gives you money to pay all employees and directs you to use that money to pay them, including those who are considered part-time. Then you make the state pay those employees unemployment and keep the first money for yourselves, directing it who knows where. That is stealing public funds. The state may be very busy right now, but the records will remain. If you don't fix this, there will be a time when the state will get around to redressing this. A time of tracing who made windfalls, who got raises, who was profiting at public expense, profiting at the expense of children in a time of emergency. Please do not put yourselves in the position of being sanctioned. Do what you are required to do by law. The governor's order has the force of law. Pay your part-time employees. The next public comment is from Stephanie Schroeder and says the district continues to bring back the classified workers with no respect to the governor's stay-at-home orders. Mr. Browning promised our lawn mowing folks would mow lawns for a few days, no trimming or edging, and be back safe at home. We agreed to that. That was over 3 weeks ago. Now Mr. Browning is using our members daily for the purpose of beautifying the site. Exactly what Mr. Aguilar is ordering. SEIU has been trying to cooperate with district emergency needs, and it is clear the intent is to use our cooperation to just put people back to work full-time. There is no consideration to the life, safety, or health of our members, and no, we don't consider cloth masks proof against COVID-19. The district wants their sites to be pretty well members could be exposing themselves and their loved ones to COVID-19. To make things even worse, the district is now requesting hundreds of our members to come back to work to do things they should be doing from home. Why is the district so adamant about the possibility of killing the lowest paid workers in the district? The next comment is from Carla Fawcett and says the district has a well-known history and pattern of coming to the table with no information and expecting SEIU and SCTA to work with out-of-the-air data. Why is Mr. Hadd not in this position if he cannot provide the materials needed to meet and confer? Famous words, I will get back to you. It takes several meetings to get simple things completed. It has been over a month, Mr. Aguilar, since the layoffs were approved by you and the board, approved despite no supporting data ever being provided. Your HR department needs to get their head out of the sand. Legal charges will be following again and again and again. SEIU has the legal right to meet over this. The district's two largest unions aren't going away, and we are not backing down about injustices done to our members or misleading lies being told to the public to cover up the truth. This is yet another district stall tactic while classified and certificated people suffer the consequences of a screwed up district system. The next comment is from Tamara Gonzalez, and she says, please do not send us back to work at this time. Anxiety and fear of this virus is real. It is hard on my family making sure there is structure for my kids with school being out and working from home. There seems to be no sense of time and no one in my home sleeps well. My job means everything to me as I am the sole provider for and scrape by. Thank you for listening. The next message is from Nicole Hudson and says the district refusing to follow Governor Newsom's orders and pay all employees is unfathomable. Some substitute teachers are not second-class citizens. We too provide a service. Who is taking over classroom learning, classroom management, lesson plans when one is not provided, and behavior when the home teacher is out? We are. We step into a situation blind every time and make it work. We should be treated with such respect. Admin staff is not coming down to the classroom when a teacher is out to cover for the day. At the end of the day, you need substitute teachers, the school needs substitute teachers, and the teacher needs substitute teachers. It is absolutely revolting that SCUSD has taken a stand to not pay the substitute when funding has been provided, as if we are not on payroll, not on staff. Furthermore, substitute teachers who work 80% or more should be offered health insurance. At the end of the year, the district pink slips an individual substitute teacher who works 80% of the time as if we are full-time. Even providing a discounted rate would be acceptable. Other school districts provide insurance for substitutes if they meet the hours worked quota. What is different about SUSD? Substitutes are needed and essential. Who covers the classroom under short-term or long-term substitutes? We should be treated as an equal employee. The next comment is from Crystal Hamilton and says, in regards to the district not providing pay to day-to-day substitutes during this pandemic, it would be helpful if we were paid for the jobs that were canceled in frontline system. Many subs had jobs canceled after the announcement of COVID-19. That money would be helpful during this time. This pandemic has created serious hardship for many substitutes, including myself. The next comment is from Martha Guerin and says, why does the district and board continue to put classified workers at the bottom of the barrel of importance with total disrespect to life, health, and safety, laying off classified employees in the midst of a crisis while giving the superintendent a raise? And then we have from Lucia Drake, says, what are your plans for educators and students without internet? Next comment is from Michael Tomlinson. Says, I have been a proud substitute teacher for the Sacramento City Unified School District up until the COVID-19 pandemic. Why is the district refusing to pay its substitute teachers during this pandemic? I filed for unemployment last summer, which means I haven't been able to receive assistance at this time. SCTA developed a workable pay formula to see that regular substitutes can still survive during this pandemic. Why will the district not agree to it? Next comment is from Shelley Sakeo. It says, hello, this is Shelley M. Sakeo. I am a permanent employee working at Ethel Phillips Elementary as a nutrition worker for over a year already. I feel that we are not being fair and risking our lives working as a frontline distributing meals for the families. We as an essential worker should get a fair pay and some bonus time for the time the state shut down. I feel that no employee should get laid off during this pandemic time while everyone is struggling and making ends meet. I hope our situation will be resolved and be equally fair. Next comment is from Russell Brill. Says, SEIU has repeatedly asked the district to come to the table demanding to bargain over the impact of classified layoffs. Weeks later, we meet via Zoom only for Mr. Hadnot to have nothing SEIU has required to have presented to them prior to the meeting. SEIU has asked for what the cost savings is of these people being laid off. Who is going to do the work of these people? Is district forcing other members to work out of class? Is district redistributing the workload among other members and expecting them to carry the already overflowing bucket of work with no pay differential? These seem like obvious questions a union would ask when our members are being laid off. How can you excuse not being prepared to answer them? Next comment is from Sierra Appleby and says, are there any plans to rebuild the child development program that was gutted last year with the new funds from the federal government? Countless research has shown the impact of high-quality early education programs on K-12 educational outcomes. How is SUSD supporting this need in the community? And the next comment is from Edna Brown. It says, when it is clear that the district is trying to cut costs, why is the superintendent taking a pay raise? The information put out to the public is that his salary would be increased with an improvement in schools' performances, which has not happened. Why is a single person's salary so high to begin with? The next comment is from Sabine Preston and says, hello, I urge you to visualize a more complete picture of the district that you work for. I hope for a district that does not underestimate or degrade their teachers, including the 700 guest teachers that make up the backbone of educating children at Sac City. Every cog in the wheel of the district is important and should be equally recognized and supported for the essential work they do. You recognize your administration often and recognize only a handful of chosen teachers. You have never recognized a single substitute teacher in 3 years. Yes, we do exist and we support and are an active part of SCTA. As a substitute teacher for the district, I have never felt so abandoned and hurt as I have by being totally ignored during the closures of the schools. Yet the district did not email the subs once nor give any type of support. Or you showed us clearly just how little you care about your substitute teachers. Mr. Aguilar, do you remember your days of cropping the field was like to not have enough food or money? Evidently you do not. SCTA is correct. Your raise this year is good for you, for your image. You do not seem to care about all your teachers, only the few handpicked. Please understand that continuous references to not evidence of working well with actual employees of the district. I appreciate your newsletter, find them interesting, and suggest that you include at least a few references to your guest teachers to show appreciation and support. Thank you for trying to make the district a happy place for all its employees, not just some. The next comment is from Sarita Segovia and says, I am a single mother who was laid off from a Sacramento Unified as a substitute teacher. I wrote a letter to Governor Gavin Newsom about my situation. I was a full-time substitute teacher and always was eager to work. We are also a relevant component to the development of our students. Please consider paying us substitute teachers during this pandemic episode. Next comment is from Nicole Hudson and says, substitute teachers who work 80% or more should be offered health insurance. At the end of the year, the district pink slips if we work 80% of the time, which is essentially full-time. Having a discounted rate would also be acceptable. Other school districts provide insurance for substitutes if they meet the hours worked quota. Substitutes are needed and essential. Who covers the classroom under short-term or long-term? Substitutes. We should be treated as an equal employee. Next comment is from Brooke Pigno and says, I am once again writing to implore you to save SUSD's parent participation in preschool. The teachers and parents involved in this program have worked tirelessly to create a rich, diverse learning community that is the only preschool option available for many families. It is so much more than just preschool. Parents learn alongside their children, and we watch our kids build friendships as we create connections within our community as well. We will be the parents who volunteer in the classroom. We will be the parents who make sure their children attend school, and we will be the ones willing to put the time and effort in to help not only our own children, but other students as well. As California pushes for more early childhood education opportunities, it boggles the mind to see this program on the chopping block again. We are repeatedly asked for solutions and ideas, yet all of our efforts seem to be ignored. We have asked for line item budgets and not received them. We have suggested a sliding scale fee structure, and that's been shot down. It is beyond frustrating and infuriating to have to fight this constant battle just to ensure my 4-year-old can continue learning and being a part of the place he loves, and so that I can maintain one of the main connections I have to my community. It is endlessly frustrating to feel like the people in charge of this program do not care whatsoever whether it lives or dies, while we, the parents, and the amazing teachers work day after day after day trying to figure out how to make things work. We can provide a million possible solutions because as a group, that is who we are. We care heartily and advocate fiercely for that which is important to us, and nothing is more important to us than our children. You want us on your team and in your district. You want us to be part of your school's PTOs, actively fundraising and volunteering regularly. The next comment is from Judith. It says, we need learning this fall. In planning the next school year, we must consider that while we may be allowed to reopen school buildings in September, many parents will feel unsafe sending their children to them. Until vaccinations are available for COVID-19, such feelings are warranted. Unless we offer our families the choice for distance learning, enrollment will plummet as parents will flock to other organizations that offer it. Our great state ought to continue to act as parents patria during this pandemic, just as it has been doing decade after decade in response to previous epidemics of communicable diseases, by mandating vaccines for students and staff. It would belie our state's record of responsibility to compel children to congregate in school buildings without being vaccinated for this disease. In my opinion, school buildings should remain closed until a vaccine is available for all students and staff. But some say we must reopen despite the lack of a vaccine and make adjustments to do so as safely as humanly possible. If we must, and any family wants or needs to keep their child or children at home, then we must, as state entity, as a public school district, offer the choice for distance learning. We need a plan for choice for distance learning this fall. We need a task force to develop a plan. On the task force should be teachers, parents, administrators, and healthcare professionals. We need to begin now to prepare. If we do not begin to prepare now, we will find ourselves in early fall with shrinking student enrollment. This next one is from Amy Thibodeau and says teachers and admin must collaborate on how distance learning is to be done in the future. Everyone's responsibility from admin on down, and access needs to be clear to the public. All services for the students should be directly accessible for immediate response. Parent resource / student services / multilingual office / attendance. The daily survey is not an efficient way of discriminating to the information. Responsibilities need to be shared. The next comment is from Carl Schweikert and says, I have recently heard Governor Newsom threaten to start school in July 2020. I am dramatically opposed to this. My child is being forced to attend school via distance learning. He is entitled to his summer break. I do not wish him to attend year-round school. If I did, I would enroll him in such a school. To the extent this district believes they may start in July, cancel all classes now. Distance learning is very hard on our family. It is clear I am not cut out to be an elementary school teacher, but deleting summer is harder. Thank you. And the next comment is from Abigail Farrar de Moraes and says, Sacramento City Unified School District employs substitute teachers daily. Substitutes are valuable employees who work with our students every day in almost every school in our district. The district needs to value the work of the substitute. When a position is valued and shown value, that position thrives. School districts need substitute teachers and can't operate without them. I have been teaching as a substitute teacher for SCUSD for 3 years. On March 13, 20th school site, I thought, I'll be off for a few days, able to pick up a position soon. Hours later and days later, I found this not to be true, and what I thought was my employment until the end of the academic year is now not. I was relieved when I read Governor Newsom's framework for our California school districts, which included continuing to pay all employees. Then I read that SUSD was refusing to follow the framework and was refusing to pay substitutes. I was prepared to work through June. I am a substitute that works full-time in our schools, and now I am out of work and am forced to file for unemployment insurance. I read updates on eConnections and read news that I receive as a parent, but have yet to get an email stating anything about my position as a substitute teacher for SCUSD. Contact us, pay us, and our school district will see the value they invest returned in our classrooms. It's important. The next comment is from Richard Hiroshi Dahl and says, I am writing to you in the hope that we can work together to preserve the parent participation preschool program. I think you all recognize the value that it holds. You have seen that you have a group of parents who are committed to investing their time, resources, and passion in public education. We can help to sustain the program, but we need your help. Most parents are willing to pay more for this amazing program, but the district needs to do its part and contribute to educate those who cannot pay more and to continue to invest in our youngest learners. The next comment is from Dominic Williams and says implement equitable grading. And he has attached a couple articles, it looks like, that can be distributed to the board. The next comment is from Jen De La Cruz and says, I'm a parent of 4 children in SUSD, all of which went to Edward Kelly Preschool. I know this preschool program is one of the reasons why my daughters have been so successful in school. It gave them a foundation of social and academic knowledge and behavior that prepared them for kindergarten. It also helped me build community. I continue to volunteer in my daughter's classes. If anything, I believe that SUSD should invest more money into these programs, not less. The investment will pay off in the long run when you have increased attendance, more students meeting grade level standards, and happy parents and teachers. I encourage you to find money in the general fund to offset the cost of the program. Invest in our young children. Invest in preparing them for the future. Thank you. The next comment is from Deborah Reyes and says, day-to-day substitutes should get paid too. We do a great service for the district. Please reconsider, since it was condition of receiving the Fed money, that all employees keep getting paid. The next comment is from Lindsay Hester and says, we have participated in 5 Zoom meetings with parents, teachers, board members, assistant superintendent of instruction, and the coordinator of the program. There have been a variety of suggestions that will be extremely difficult to implement with the limited time before the board needs to take action on the budget. Some plans suggest looking at changing the AM class to a 2-day/3-day, which could potentially increase the total enrolled by close to 100 students. Trying to increase enrollment at this late date realistic. A parent survey sent to all the families had this as an option, and only 12% of the respondents said they would support this, but as a last resort to save the program. The subject line for this comment, by the way, is Tahoe Parent Participation Preschool. The teachers have suggested an increase of $150 per semester. Based on the number of students currently enrolled, there is still a deficit of about $116,000. If we look at the deficit and divide by the number of students, we will need to increase fees by an additional $75 more per semester for a total of $225 more per semester from the previous fees. This would be an increase of $50 per month. This is a jump for many families, but with fundraising and applying for grants, the program may be able to provide tuition support / scholarships. This is the one sure way we can continue this program. There was a question today about why have these parent participation preschool disappeared. Their discussion about Governor Brown changing how money for adult education could be spent, and there was no provision for adult education preschool programs. So the funding for the program became more reliant on the general fund. Another significant reason is the Next comment is from Deborah Durazo and says, good evening, board members. Does this sound familiar? Hire, support, and retain high-quality teachers and leaders reflective of the diversity of our community and improve teacher and leader practice. Proposed service. Create strategies to recruit and hire more diverse teaching staff. Next point. Provide students and staff with culturally relevant social, emotional, and health supports to ensure positive school climates. Proposed service. Increase access to wraparound health and mental health services. Next point. Ensure safe, welcoming environments conducive to learning. Proposed service. Provide sufficient staffing, training, and communication to ensure campus safety. Next point. Hire, support, and retain high-quality employees reflective of the diversity of our community and continually provide opportunities for professional learning. Proposed service. Implement approaches to the bargaining process that foster a collaborative structure for reaching positive outcomes for all parties. A reminder that the strategic plan is supposed to be used to, quote, make a commitment to provide every student with access to opportunities for success, unquote. Instead, you are continually denying them these opportunities with layoffs and lack of support services to all students and families. And the last public comment is from Hallie Hester and says, I am a parent of a child in Miss Tamara's preschool class at Tahoe Elementary and a proud product of SCUSD. I would like to start by thanking everyone who has recently been working on a solution to save the parent participation program. I believe the board and many district staff recognize the value of the program to our community. I hope that the acknowledgement of this program's worth will translate to real action to preserve the program. As you move forward in making a decision about this program, I ask that you keep in mind a few very important things. One, part of why this program has been so beneficial to so many students and families is the structure of the program. Reducing the number of days that students participate in the program, changing to a 2 or 3 day model will undoubtedly have an impact on the program's success. Furthermore, I recently sent out a survey to the parent participation preschool families and received 104 responses. The lowest ranked solution was to move a 2-day program option, with only 12.5% of the families selecting it as a solution they support. Switching to a 2 or 3 day model also assumes that we would be able to double program enrollment in just a few short months, which seems like an unrealistic task, especially given current circumstances with COVID-19. We should preserve the integrity of the and focus our making sure all of the programs are fully enrolled. Most parents are willing to pay more for the program. In the same survey that I sent out, 66.5% of families said they were willing and able to pay more in tuition. 65.4% of families said they support increasing tuition without going as far as to double the cost. And that was the last comment.
President Ryan, that was the last comment.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Moving on to item 9.0, communications. 9.1, employee organizational reports. Our first organizational report will be by SCTA.
Yes, we have a comment sent in by David Fisher. And it's, excuse me, let me set the clock.
And for those who are listening at home, we apologize. We've been having a little bit of problems with the internet freezing up at various points during this.
I read it in free.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the comments from, yes, are you ready? Comments from David Fisher says, since Sac City schools closed on March 13th, teachers have continued every day to teach students using their experience, professional training, and creativity. In some cases, they have done this over the protests of their principals who told them to wait for direction from the district central office. The weeks since schools closed have been a challenging and traumatic time. The day before, a retired career Sac City teacher, one of our members, who continued to serve our district as a substitute, became the first teacher in this country to pass away from complications due to coronavirus. Even before the decision was made to close schools, teachers went to great lengths to work with the leadership of the Sacramento City Unified School District to, in the words of California Governor Gavin Newsom, continue to provide high-quality educational opportunities to students to the extent feasible. We had to push the district to close schools even after our Sac City colleague passed away, wasting time that could have been spent working on district learning. Since then, the greatest impediment to moving to district learning has been with the lack of availability of Chromebooks. To address this deficiency, on March 30th, SCTA proposed to use $1.8 million in health plan savings that were part of the SCTA-SUSD collective bargaining agreement to buy thousands of Chromebooks for students. To our complete surprises, we learned from the Sacramento Bee the news that it kept from everyone until after we made our proposal on March 30th. In addition, the district was able to pay for these additional Chromebooks out of unspent bond money rather than general fund dollars as the district had previously reported. Shortly thereafter, the district guaranteed to us that a Chromebook would be provided to every student who needed one by April 13th. It turns out that was not true. It still is not clear to us that even today, May 7th, 2020, 8 weeks after schools closed, that every student who needs one has been provided a Chromebook with internet access. The efforts to move to a distance learning model have been challenging. With 40,000 students who speak more than 50 languages, with more than 70% of our students eligible to receive free and reduced lunch because they are impoverished Sac City districts, but our district stands alone in its unwillingness to work with teachers. On April 1st, Governor Newsom issued a framework for labor management collaboration, serving local communities during the COVID-19 emergency, which SCTA endorsed, as did the California School Board Association and every major association of school employees and the state's education unions. Unfortunately, the district rejected Governor Newsom's framework.
Freezing of the internet and screen.
Ms. Moretti?
Yeah. And could you repeat that, please? My video was off.
No, it's okay. And you didn't stop at 3 minutes, did you? They technically, SCTA has up to 15 minutes for this item per their.
I will continue.
Yes.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the district rejected Governor Newsom's framework, the only district in the region to do so, even though school board member Daryl Wu serves on the governing board of the California School Board Association. Sac City administrators even rejected an offer from County Supervisor Phil Cerna to help bring teachers and the district together in an effort to mutually develop a distance learning program. Unfortunately, it doesn't end there. On April 13th, the district unlawfully implemented its distance learning plan. A plan Chief Academic Officer Christine Baeta has confirmed was created by a handful of Cerna Center administrators without the legally required input from teachers. The district then compounded its unlawful actions by unilaterally implementing another set of changes of working conditions in addition to the unlawfully implemented changes of April 13th. The district continues to defy Governor Newsom's executive order of March 13th, which requires districts to continue to pay employees. By refusing to pay approximately 600 substitutes, while at the same time the district will continue to pay more than $5 million to outside contractors despite any evidence that those vendors will be able to provide the services required by their contracts, and while the district continues to claim it's on the brink of insolvency. To top it off, Superintendent Jorge Aguilar recently threatened to take legal action against teachers if they do not immediately cease and desist providing voluntary technical support to students and parents who may need help with the new technology. This is the same superintendent who recently took a $35,000 salary increase, bringing his total compensation to $414,818 after pledging to forego any salary increase until the district's finances were more stable. In light of today's education budget news coming from the governor's office, once again, there is an opportunity to work together to secure appropriate funding for education. As CTA and NEA have been leading the fight at the national level for school funding, which resulted in an additional $13.5 billion to schools in the first CARES Act. This has already resulted in Sac City getting an additional $16 million in revenue that Ed Week has described as, quote, gift horse with few strings attached, unquote. SCTA is proud to have joined with the leaders of large urban school district local unions across the state to meet with the staff of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to advocate for more funding for schools. Additionally, both SCTA and SEIU have been the leading sponsors of the Schools and Community First initiative that will be on the California ballot in November. But we have also been clear that based on our experience, Additional funds for school districts in California should be accompanied with the following safeguards and guarantees regarding fiscal transparency and accountability, two values that this board consistently purports to uphold, but in practice pays only lip service to. Based on our experience, we are strongly advocating the following. 1, in order to receive additional funding from the state, a school district must sign on to and endorse the governor's labor management framework as an enforceable document. 2, additional funds will be precluded from being used to increase either the number of or the salaries and compensation of district administrators consistent with the boilerplate language typically included in a local school bond or parcel tax measures. 3, enforceable maximums on school district reserve funds. 4, limitations in funding to school districts that are repeat labor law violations based on complaints issued and decisions rendered against the school district by the California Public Employment Relations Board, PERB. 5, upon notice of credible concern of conflict of interest violations or other financial improprieties, the initiation of a forensic audit of districts' finances and budgeting practices. 6, additional funding legislation from the state will include modifications to Ed Code that create a fiduciary duty with penalties for a superintendent, chief business officer, and school board member who submit school district budgets with false and misleading information that parallels the Federal Securities and Exchange Commission SEC oversight that applies to private for-profit corporations. If ever there was a time for teachers in the district to, in the words of Governor Newsom's framework for labor management collaboration, quote, work together to find the best path for the students, the staff, and communities, unquote, that time is now. And we have a comment from Carla Fawcett for reporting for SEIU. And it says SCUSD employees represented by SEIU stand in solidarity with our certificated colleagues represented by SCTA. We join SCTA in calling for the district to pay daily substitute teachers. As we understand it, the district is being paid by the state for ADA, so there is no additional cost to paying substitutes. So why not pay the substitutes? We also join SCTA in opposing layoffs of certificated employees. These are difficult and trying times, requiring a great deal of effort from all of us. This is not the time to be increasing the burden on certificated employees by cutting their resources. After all, the district must not be in a financial deficit any longer, or the board would not have approved the superintendent's pay increase. SEIU has made multiple requests for transparency in regard to COVID relief money provided to the district. Those figures, coupled with ADA money continuing to be provided to the district despite expenses like substitute teachers no longer a financial impact, brings the layoff of our classified staff as well as our certificated staff into serious question. Prior to COVID-19, we couldn't get accurate, honest numbers from the district. This is a big part of why SEIU pulled out of the LMC and took a stand with SCTA. Now we have a new CBO, but the story is the same. Layoffs for classified and certificated are being executed, but accurate, transparent data is still not provided. When will our community say enough is enough for this administration? And then there's one last report from Judy Farina of UPE. And it says, President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar, UPE, would like to take just a brief moment to thank you and all of the district office staff for the patience and support that has been forthcoming as we all navigate this new world of distance learning. It has been messy at times, communication has been ineffective and late at times, but somehow we have all managed to make it work for children. We appreciate the willingness of our district leadership to listen to some constructive criticism and make adjustments to improve communications and processes. This has truly been a team effort that has involved some heavy lifting on the part of SCTA, SEIU, Teamsters, and UPE. It is truly an honor to work with so many very committed people who keep the children at heart. Thank you for your support and guidance.
And do we have anything from Teamsters or TCS this evening?
No.
Thank you. Item 9.2, District Parent Advisory Committees. Our first report is from CAC, the Community Advisory Committee.
Yes, we have. We have a report from Kenya Martinez. And she says, we have previously asked for more time at the board meeting to report on business related to CAC. The Sacramento Teachers Association representing teachers receives 15 minutes at every board meeting. The CAC is a mandated advisory committee and represents over 16% of the students and families in this district. We request for more than 3 minutes per month. And the rest of her report says distance learning for students with disabilities. We held a CAC general meeting via Zoom on April 21st and were among the first CACs in the state to hold an online meeting following the shelter-in-place orders. We were glad to have Board Member Morawski, CAO Beta, and Special Education Director Becky Bryant in attendance. PACE Coordinator Sean Alexander also attended and shared the family engagement resources the district is offering during the closure. We heard about the earnest work the district has undertaken to support students with disabilities. The district staff has convened the vendors on contract providing related services and has secured their intention to providing equivalent services to students and family via telehealth platforms. We are alarmed that the district does not have similar commitment from and direction over site level resource and special education teachers. Central office special education staff stated they do not have access to the survey responses that site level staff have gathered from families, including the 7,000 families with students with disabilities, to know whether students with IEPs have adequate technology, internet connectivity, or ability to use or benefit from online teaching. This lack of accountability is startling. Where is the accountability in this district? The CAC is gravely concerned about the widening equity gap between students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers, especially the 75% of these families that are low income or are Black and Brown. Despite the best efforts of district staff, we are afraid that many students are not being supported academically and emotionally. Parents reported vast different experiences about the level and quality of contact and support and teaching from site level teachers. It varies widely from site to site and even between teachers at the same site. So far, the distance learning plan does not meet the coaching needs that our parents deserve who are now managing the anxiety and other challenges of students with disabilities at home. Since March, the CAC repeatedly asked district staff for a draft of any correspondence or prior written notice that it planned to send to families of students with disabilities. We wanted to be able to ask questions and offer advice so that we could be a collaborative resource. Even though we were verbally told that a prior written notice would go out to families, we were not consulted on the draft. Now some families, but not all, have received the prior written notice. It is very wordy and vague, and families are confused about what it means. We are concerned that the CAC is not being consulted in these important SELPA matters as the Education Code intends. May 13th is our next executive committee meeting. It will be held via Zoom at 6 p.m. Please check our Facebook page and the district's website on Monday for an updated agenda. Our meetings are always open to the public. Thank you, the Community Advisory Committee.
Have anything from the District English Learner Advisory Committee?
Yes, we do have from DLAC. It's from Leanna Sanchez and says, among the many issues presented and amplified by COVID-19, families need meal and technology delivery and a removal of meal pickup restrictions by vehicle. Students need more than a weekly bus to access internet and online resources, and families need access to information and resources in all languages, including but not limited to district and school websites, robocalls, robo-emails, postal correspondence, text messages, and Infinite Campus. Where is parent, guardian, and student training on how to use these online tools during this time? How will technology gaps be addressed now and in the future? The district should be transparent about availability of interpretation and translation services, and the protocol for soliciting these services should be clear and accessible for families, students, and staff. As we close the school year, what are Q4 expectations for students? How is the district providing equitable learning opportunities and expectations? How can you assess students who have limited access to resources or have taken on new responsibilities at home that interfere with learning? How do you assess students that need specialized support that they had been receiving in the traditional classroom and now feel lost? How do you assess students experiencing food insecurity, housing insecurity, income insecurity, or threats of deportation? What is the grading policy? Will students be promoted or retained? How will students be supported next year and moving forward to address this disruption? LCAP and School Site Council are opportunities to make decisions regarding programs, services, and funding. This is a critical time to solicit feedback to make decisions about 2020, 2021, and onward. How are you addressing the impact on LCAP and School Site Council? How is our community being invited into these conversations during social distancing and our language supports being provided? How do we measure effectiveness and progress of prior goals to maintain or modify goals and services in 2020, 2021? Parents and guardians have repeatedly advocated for access to technology and internet, language support such as bilingual assistants, therapists, and counselors, tutoring, study skill support, specialized teachers dedicated to English learners at school sites, and student support centers to address social emotional development, connected students to critical resources, provide bullying intervention, and improve school climate. We are still awaiting a response from our last comments to the board and hope these concerns are addressed so that our community is affirmed by your support. And then the last report is for LCAP, and it's from Christine Shelby, and says the LCAP PAC has continued to meet via Zoom and been just as productive, utilizing the breakout room feature to have meaningful small group discussions. Work continues on prioritization / goal development for what we now know is the 2020-21 and 2021-22 LCAPs to be approved in December and next June. LCAP PAC members received an overview of the changes to the LCAP process following the governor's executive order and provided some initial input on the key areas that would be focused on in the newly required written report. We reviewed the school climate survey and received an update on the status of the 2019-20 annual update material, also moved to December 2020. LCAP PAC members are interested in meeting the needs of our students and families. This unprecedented change to our quote-unquote normal is not something we take lightly. Discussions run the gamut of experiences, and our focus has shifted to meeting the needs of students and families where they were, where they are now, and where we would like them to be. We will be presenting at the June 4th board meeting and look forward to showing the board and the community what we have been working on.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. Item 9.3, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, President Ryan. I'm going to be very brief as we are way behind, and just very quickly want to acknowledge what everyone has already discussed during the previous presentations, which is just recognizing how difficult these last weeks have been for all of us, including our families and our students and our employees, of course, but do want to recognize everyone's commitment to adjust to a very different world of learning and a very different world of working as well. I couldn't be prouder of all staff members that are continuing to provide much needed services to our students and their families. This is a very exciting week of the year in that we honor our teachers through Teacher Appreciation Week. Also, this is School Nurse Week, so We just had our school nurse day. And then Friday of last week was our principal's appreciation day. I just want to say thank you to all of our employees. We also had a very exciting day yesterday. Again, a moment in which we celebrate, but also take time to pause a little bit and think about the impact that this pandemic is having in how inequities manifest themselves more openly, particularly as we try to make sure that our students are still accessing instructional content. We announced, as many of you have heard or read, our Sac City Kids Connect, a partnership with the city of Sacramento, led by Mayor Steinberg and a wonderful team, city council and others, as well as Comcast. We had identified through all the work of teachers and principals and others, about 6,600 students that were still lacking internet access. They may have been using cell phones and other devices to continue learning, but there isn't anything that can replace broadband access to the internet. I'm grateful to board member President Ryan, Member Vang, Member Morawski, who were able to join us yesterday in making that announcement, and the rest of the board for their commitment to make sure that we close this gap in our ever-growing digital divide. Earlier in the week, I was able to participate in another announcement of the Wi-Fi bus program by where we have 3 buses currently, which will grow to 10, operating throughout the city for 3.5 hours at a time, in which our students, families, and residents can access Wi-Fi as well. Much to celebrate, but also, again, this pandemic has had very real impacts, some of which we've already felt, some of which we are going to be feeling over the course of the next weeks. And we'll hear a little bit about it in the next presentation by our CBO and other colleagues who are here to share that information. Of course, I'm talking about the expected May revise, as well as information that was shared this morning from the Department of Finance, where we have now been informed that we should be expecting, just in K-12 alone, a reduction of about $18 billion in the state. As many of you know, our district was already facing a very significant budget crisis. I can't agree more with some of the public commenters who discussed how our schools remain underfunded, and yet we are still going to have to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our students despite these growing budget challenges that we are going to be facing. So I want to make sure that I start ending here, because I will encourage everyone who's still viewing and hearing the presentation to stay with us to hear an update directly from our CBO, Ms. Rose Ramos, as well as some colleagues that are joining us as well, and make sure that we have a robust conversation as we start our budget adoption process today. 2 weeks from now, we will adopt our 3rd interim budget report, having heard information from the state in the governor's May revise. And then over the course of our 2 board meetings in June, presenting a hearing about where we might stand with our budget, adopting a budget, and still, despite that adoption, having to wait until July when we have greater details about tax revenue. So we are up for the challenge, but I'm going to ask that we all lean in and take some time to understand some details that maybe we hadn't paid attention to as much. But only then will we be able to understand the challenges and come together to overcome them. With that, I'll send it back to you, President Ryan.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 9.4, President's Report. Let me begin. Is the big day of giving. We often talk about the critical role that our community-based organizations and nonprofit partners play in our student and families' lives. I will tell you, in a resource-starved environment, in a high-poverty district like Sacramento City Unified, if it were not for the tireless efforts of our community partners, we would not be able to have the impact on student and family support and achievement that we currently have. And so I just want to say, for a few of those organizations that have been tireless warriors on the front lines, I hope that you will open your pocketbooks to contribute before tonight's midnight deadline. They are hurting in this COVID-19 climate. Many of them are facing severe cuts and the potential of even closing their doors. And I cannot imagine a Sacramento without these nonprofits supporting our students, their families, and educators. And so I want to give a shout out to a few organizations that I will be contributing to today. Reading Partners, who, as you know, works very hard to ensure that our students are meeting their literacy goals and understands the connection between literacy and lifetime success. The food literacy program, which, as you know, Amber Stott has been an incredible leader at the forefront of, making an understanding of nutrition and health connected to classroom and learning standards, and doing remarkable work in some of our most challenged schools throughout the district. And City Year. For those of you who aren't familiar with City Year, I was formerly in AmeriCorps Vista. These City Year partners serve at 6 of our highest needs school sites and are dealing with everything from combating chronic absenteeism to ensuring that our students and their families have their basic needs met. They have meaningful, real relationships with the school communities that they serve, and they do that all while committing a year to service and living just above the poverty line. So I hope that you'll join me in supporting these inspiring community-based organizations that are relying upon your generosity now more than ever before. I also want to bridge to celebrate and thank our phenomenal teachers and our dedicated principals and nurses as part of our Appreciation Week. I think many of you know my sister-in-law is a teacher in a small rural community and has been teaching for many years. My husband was a substitute teacher all through law school and loved every minute of it. And I can attest it is one of the most difficult jobs that anyone will ever do. This week, as we as a family were pulling together gifts to recognize our children's teachers, I was so surprised and touched when my son and I received a card in the mail from my son's teacher, who is a veteran in the district and one of the most compassionate educators you'll ever meet. She's incredibly proud because she's had all but one student signing on to distance learning on a daily basis. And she sent us, and I'm going to put it up so everyone can see it, this beautiful little magnet for our refrigerator. It says, "My teacher misses me." So as we are appreciating our teachers in this Teachers Appreciation Week, we also have to recognize that our teachers are hurting. Our teachers are feeling a sense of loss, because while they are dedicating themselves and leaning into distance learning, they miss their students deeply. My teacher, my son's teacher, actually is arranging weekly calls with each and every one of the families to make sure that we have all of our students' needs met. My daughter's teacher is doing the same thing, and this is at a high poverty school site where many of the families are experiencing extreme challenges as a result of the coronavirus. I finally just want to share a bright spot, because we talked about the potential learning loss and inequities that will be perpetuated as a result of the coronavirus crisis. But what you need to understand is that as we have courageously moved forward on distance learning, we have had educators at every corner of the district step up to serve, lean in to do more, and meet the needs of our students. I was on the phone with one of our best district principals, Richard Baranowski, who leads American Legion. American Legion, for those of you who don't know, is the only continuation high school in Sacramento City Unified, and it is serving students throughout the Sacramento area. And his team is embracing distance learning big time. In fact, he shared that they have proudly connected with, at a continuation high school, all but 2 students. In addition to that, they've had more than 60 students this last week alone participate in the student engagement surveys, and he shared that he was emotional because 5 of those students expressed mental health issues and even dealing with feelings of suicidal thoughts. And they had been able to connect those students to the social worker on site to help them work through those issues. In addition to that, the student engagement survey that they're administering with their students allowed them to in real time measure some of the academic deficiencies that the students were experiencing. So he explained to me what that looked like was teachers then created office hours related to academic challenges that students were experiencing so that they could get help real time to master those skills. And then finally, I want to share in that bright spot at American Legion Continuation School, we saw 3 students graduate early. They used this opportunity through online learning and the Chromebooks that they were able to access to accelerate their programs and graduate high school before the rest of their peers. So I know that these are difficult times. I will tell you as a parent, on any given day, I feel like there is something that I am failing at and not being able to do everything that my children's wonderful teachers accomplished in a single day. But we do have caring educators who are saying that in the worst of times, we are going to step forward and put our best out there because our students deserve nothing less. I thank you. I applaud you. You are the heartbeat of Sacramento City, and we could not be doing this work without your partnership. Item 9.5, Student Board Member Report, Olivia Ng Olson.
Thank you, President Ryan. I'd like to announce that the 2020 to 2021 Student Board Member and Student Advisory Council applications are open. The deadline is extended to the end of May 31st. On the application, it says May 20th, but we've extended it. So you have until May 31st. You can find the application PDF on the SUSD website. And if you search susd.edu/SAC application 2021, you can find it. And if you still can't find it on there, you can always email me or Mr. Conero or anyone really in the district, and we can find a way to get the PDF to applicants. I would also like to say that since the last board meeting, when I requested that the district revive its Instagram account, we posted for the first time in 3 years on that account, and I'm very happy about that progress. And I'm working with the Student Advisory Council and individual school Instagrams to get more students in our district to follow the account and hopefully make Instagram an engaging platform for our students to get direct and accurate information from SUSD. In speaking to the Student Advisory Council, I do have a couple of common concerns that I've been receiving from students at different school sites. The first is about grading. Many students are still unclear about the grading policy in place for the remaining time in distance learning. And while I was under the impression that grades could not go lower than they were when school closed, some students have reported that their grades have gone lower, and in some classes, the grading recommendations from the district are not being upheld. And understandably, this creates a lot of confusion and stress, and if there's a way that we can set the record straight for students and provide them with an outlet to take up individual situations and concerns, I think that would be very productive. Additionally, many students have been unable to access their lockers, and with AP testing starting next week and with AP tests being open book this year, our students are at a grave disadvantage if their textbooks and notes are still in their lockers. And of course, a safe and precautionary system must be implemented to safely allow all these students to unlock their lockers. But even as it may be quite burdensome, I think it's something that really needs to happen because students may have important materials without which their educational progress or lives outside of school may be impacted. And lastly, with the application now open for the 2020 to 2021 student board member position, I do want to acknowledge the fact that for the past decade, the student board member student has alternated between attending West Campus and McClatchy High School. I'm from McClatchy. For the last 2 years, the student board members were from West Campus. The year before that, from McClatchy, and then 4 consecutive years before that, all from West Campus. And I think going into next year, this is a tricky but important conversation to have. And we're really trying to grasp what student representation means in this district and what student representation and equity and voices means as well. And as the Student Advisory Council has begun discussing reforms, and it's tempting to want to just nominate a student who doesn't attend McClatchy or West Campus, I do want to emphasize that even as we consider new procedures for processing candidates, that we should never find ourselves in a position where we're cherry picking a student simply on the basis of the school that they attend, as this is antithetical to the essence of student representation and a student board representative elected by peers. So my recommendation, and where this is still a discussion that is evolving, is to have preliminary candidates, like candidate rounds at each school site, and then from the individual school site candidates, each school can nominate only one student to be a district-wide candidate for the student board member position. So instead of having all the high schoolers and all the eligible juniors in SUSD apply for the position, and then we have a candidacy round at the district level, those rounds happen at each school site, and that means each school can only sponsor one student. So in this way, you'd prevent a situation like last year where 3 out of the 4 finalists were all from McClatchy. And this would get schools who've never even had a student try out for the student board member to put forth a student that they feel is a worthy candidate, but we're still maintaining the fairness of the process and not disbanding or preventing a student from West Campus or McClatchy from even having a chance at becoming a student board member. And as this conversation is evolving, and we will still discuss this and potential reforms that can be implemented in the process. But for the 2020 to 2021 application season, I think it's too late to try to reform the process or change how we select a candidate, as the applications are due in now less than a month. But I think the conversation should be had for next year's candidacy process, and that was just something I'd like to share with the rest of the board. So yeah, thank you.
So Board Member Ing Olson, I'm so happy that you brought that up. I think it's very troubling that we haven't been able to have the benefit of some extraordinary student leaders that I've seen from school sites like Luther Burbank, from continuation high schools like American Legion, from Hiram Johnson. So I very much appreciate your recommendations. I also would be interested, if you say that it's too late to alter the process for the upcoming elections, how do we ensure that there is a fairer shot for the students who do make the pool, who are in the categories of campuses that have not been represented, so that they would get the same consideration that their peers at West and McClatchy would get. So I would love to continue that conversation with you. 9.6, information sharing by board members. Do we have any board member comments or updates? Okay, I see one board member hand, Board Member Morawski.
Thank you, President Ryan. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to update my fellow board members that the conversations that we've been convening between City of Sacramento staff and our community-based organizations, we're trying to wrap that up and get a report out of those conversations and potential next steps and action items that may be able to be pursued by one or more of those partners, the district, the city, or community-based organizations. So I just want to alert you that is coming, and hopefully that is something that will make easily digestible and we can all read and talk about. Thank you.
Board Member Morawski, we appreciate your efforts to ensure that we're talking at all levels of city government to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our students in these difficult times. Like we don't have any other board member comment. Moving on to item 10.0, board workshop, strategic plan, and other initiatives. I have been notified that we are going to be moving 10.4, our local control and accountability plan update, to a future board meeting. Just letting you know we're significantly behind on our agenda for tonight. There is nothing based on ed code or upcoming deadlines that requires that presentation, and we do want to make sure that we have a rich conversation and ensure participation by our LCAP members. Item 10.0, state budget update for fiscal year 2021. This evening it will be presented by Rose Ramos.
Yes, and President Ryan, we're also joined by Ms. Leilani Aguinaldo from School Services, and I see that Superintendent Gordon and his team are also still online, so I appreciate your patience, everyone.
Good evening, President Ryan, board members, and superintendent. Tonight, we will be presenting to you the state budget outlook and the impact on K-12, and then specifically what it means for Sac City Unified. And as superintendent shared, we do have Leilani from School Services who's going to start off the presentation with the state budget overview. But first, I'm just going to go over really quick the agenda so you know what to expect for this presentation. If we could advance the slide, please. Thank you. So Leilani will take over first with the overview on the state budget, and then I'm going to discuss the impact of 3 COLA scenarios. I'll go into more detail where these numbers came from. And we're going to be focusing on what it means for our projected LCFF revenue and also our cash balances in the 2 years out. And then we'll conclude with next steps and questions. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Leilani.
Great. Thanks, Rose. Hello, board members. Good to see you all today. So next slide, please. So I'm starting today with in today's presentation, just giving an overview of where we are with the political dynamics here in Sacramento and the legislature and the Capitol. And right now, unfortunately, we're at a period of time where there are significantly more questions than there are answers. So as you know from watching various press conferences of Governor Newsom and reading press clips, I'm sure you've heard that there is great pressure for the governor to reopen the economy, and going hand in hand with that is the role of schools in reopening the economy, and acknowledging that as people start going back to work, schools are an important part of making sure that our students are supervised as their parents go back to work. So a lot of unknowns as schools start grappling and districts start grappling with what that could look like. And so there are health and safety guidelines to consider, considerations such as physical distancing or masks going to be required for everyone, for example. There's talk about summer school as an effort to try to mitigate against learning loss that has happened during this period of school closures. There's also been talk about an early start to the school year. And then, of course, there's the fiscal forecast. So for all of these topics, lots of unknowns, many decisions still to be made and best practices to be shared. And then for the fiscal forecast, we, as Superintendent Aguilar alluded earlier in his update, there was quite a bomb that was dropped on us today. Lots of new information that we received from the Department of Finance. Up until now, all of the estimates that we've received from the state level for budget forecasts have been guesses. And today, for the first time, the Department of Finance did reveal estimates for what is projected to be a very significant budget shortfall for the state. I apologize because, as the superintendent mentioned, this information was just made available this morning. And so we weren't able to incorporate it into the slides that we have. But I am going to go ahead and throw out a lot of numbers for you that I know that board members are going to be very interested in hearing. So I apologize for throwing all of this information out at you. What the Department of Finance has announced this morning is that they project a $41.2 billion decline in general fund revenues compared to January's estimates. Again, that's $41.2 billion across multiple years, including the budget year and the current year. What this translates into is an $18.3 billion decline in the minimum Proposition 98 guarantee. They did not score this or divvy this up between the budget year and the current year. But at School Services, what we've estimated is that this $18.3 billion loss in the Prop 98 minimum guarantee translates into approximately $3.7 billion in the current year and the $14.6 billion loss in the budget year. And then finally, the other key figure that was shared is when you add in expected increases in caseload for health and human services programs, as well as increased expenditures attributed to COVID,
Those figures coupled with the anticipated revenue declines will translate to a $54.3 billion overall budget deficit. $13.4 billion will be in the current year and $40.9 billion in the budget year. So obviously these are very significant numbers that were dropped on us. It really sets the table going into next week's May revision. Next slide, please. And so just as context, just wanted to remind you, I shared this in the last presentation I did to the board. Currently in the budget stabilization account, this is the state's rainy day fund, we have about $16.5 billion. In addition, there is $377 million in the state level school reserve. And then in addition, there is $900 million in a safety net reserve. And so I provide these figures just to give you a sense of what the opportunities are for mitigating against some of the devastating numbers that we're projecting as part of the May revision. Next slide, please. In addition to the state budget reserves, we have a little bit more details about the federal resources that have been provided through the Federal CARES Act. Board Member Vang, I know that you were asking for more details for the use of these money. And what we know at this point is that California is expected to receive about $1.65 billion in emergency relief funds. These are funds that are going to be distributed primarily to Title I schools or Title I districts. And our estimates are that Sac City Unified will receive almost $16 million. In addition, there's a 10% of that $1.65 billion that the governor and the legislature will have to decide how to use those funds. And then there's a second pot of money as well through the CARES Act. It's $355 million that is discretionary dollars to be used for schools. But ultimately, all of these funds, including the $16 million that Sac City Unified is expected to receive, all of these funds are still subject to a determination by the state on how these funds may be used. While we do know that Sac City will expect to receive about $16 million in those emergency relief funds, the state still has to determine how those funds may be used. The CARES Act does allow for broad discretion in the use of those funds, but it's still a state determination on when those dollars are allocated, as well as any reporting requirements, for example, that will be tied to the use of those monies, as well as perhaps being more prescriptive in how they would like to see those dollars used in the state. So in addition, those funds are not yet available. None of these funds have been made available yet. And preliminary conversations with Department of Education have indicated that it may not be until 2021 that these funds are available. Next slide, please. And so just as we have all of these unknowns, many unknown variables for us to get more information about, the state budget process will be more critical than ever in deciding for us and providing a lot of answers to these questions that we have. Here I outlined for you a lot of the key milestones in the next few months leading up to the adoption of the state budget. And a lot of the questions that we have are going to be determined through the negotiation process between the governor and the legislature. We know, for example, that the governor is advocating for more federal resources. There's also a lot of education stakeholders. Sac City Unified as well has specifically advocated for more resources, not just from the state, but also from the federal government. In addition, we don't know what economic recovery could look like as people are allowed to start returning back to work. In addition, we don't know what personal income tax revenues will look like, and personal income tax revenues make up about 2/3 of the state budget. So a lot of information that we'll be watching for. And then just as a reminder as well, in addition to the normal budget process, we are expecting that there will likely be a revision to the state budget in the fall once we have the revenues from the tax filing deadline that was moved to July 15. And with that, Rose, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Leilani. Okay, so what does that mean for the district? Because of all the uncertainty, there's just so much information out there about what districts should plan for. And just recently, FCMAT did put out an alert to assist districts in their budget planning and just to provide them with some guidance about running some models just to assess the impact on on two things. One is our revenue, our LCFF revenue, and the second is our cash flow, which is just as important. So as you'll see on this slide, we have two tables, and we're showing you three COLA revenues, three COLA percentage to apply to our revenues and to our cash balances. The 0% at one time was considered the best case scenario. Considering the new information that came out today, that probably is not going to be likely anymore. And our best case scenario now may even be a 5% reduction or even a 10%. We're hearing 10%. So these were the negative 2% and the negative 10% COLA that was given to districts to apply as, just as planning factors was provided in FCMAT's latest alert. And when we prepared this information, we prepared it based on our second interim financial report because that is the last financial report that the district has approved. And we know these numbers may change slightly after we're done with third interim, and I'll explain those changes shortly. But just imposing these COLA percentages on our LCFF, that top chart there, you can see that decline is pretty drastic. And again, this is the change in our LCFF revenue that we were projecting to receive as of second interim in each of these years. So for example, the best case a couple of weeks ago was a 0% COLA would have meant a reduction in revenue of $9.2 million next year. And the third year, 21-22, would have meant a reduction of $20.3 million, which is still pretty significant, even at a 0%. And of course, it gets worse as you increase that COLA, the negative COLA. The negative 2%, it's 17.3 next year, reduction in revenue. And that third year, it's 28.3 reduction in revenue. And then at a negative 10% COLA, it's just awful. I mean, it's at almost 50 million next year and 60 million in that third year. So pretty dramatic effect on the district should, the negative COLAs be applied next year. And as Leilani mentioned, there's so much uncertainty. We just don't know where we're going to land, but we just need to start running some models just to be prepared and to know what to expect. We're hearing double digits. That's the latest I heard today after the governor released that information. But, we don't know if, the federal government will release additional stimulus money and kind of temper that down a bit. Not sure. We just have to be planning for the worst case scenario. So cash, that's just as equally as important. And again, we did the same thing. If you could just go back to that slide really quick. Thank you. We applied the same COLAs to our cash as of second interim. But what we did this time is we just said, okay, let's look at our ending cash period for each of the out years. So that first column, June 30th, next year, 2021, if we have a 0% COLA, we're going to end cash at a negative 21.5 million. We were projecting with that 2.9% COLA that we thought we were going to get as of January, the governor's January proposal was going to be a positive 22.6. So that's a huge swing. And of course, it just gets worse. And we know these numbers are going to change somewhat when third interim comes into play, because we got to remember that second interim was based on our actual numbers as of January 31st, and then we were projecting the remainder of the year. But we don't expect the numbers to be that significant, and I'll explain that a little in the following slides. So the questions that may pop up about this negative cash flow is that, well, what do the rest of the months look like? For next year, assuming the 0% COLA or any of the others we will project to have a couple of positive months, but it's not enough to sustain or to rebuild your cash following that June 30th, 2021, because we just don't have additional revenue to come in and to offset the negative cash. So, and of course, I don't even need to go into that negative 10% COLA in that bottom far box. It's just terrible, a negative 121 cash. And so the situation for the district would be that most of the months in that third year, they would just be negative. You have maybe a couple of months where you have just a tiny bit of a positive, but certainly not enough to offset the negative months. So now we can go to the next slide, please. And this is just the same information on cash balances. We just wanted to provide this for you in a graph format, just so it's a little easier to read and to digest. But, I think this tells, the picture pretty clearly that the drop is pretty significant. And so the additional information is on the next slide. Here are the additional considerations. It's, additional bad news. We know we are most likely going to see a deferral of our June revenue. And that for the district is about $27 million. And it doesn't mean we're not going to get this money. It just means that instead of getting it in June, we'll get it in July. So you'll see the cash for July, increase just slightly. And this is common. The state has done this before. They did this in the last recession quite regularly. Every year we were receiving deferrals of all kinds because the state was dealing with their own budget issues. And so they passed on, those solutions. Their solutions became problems for school districts, certainly. And also in January, we were expecting to see some increase to special ed funding in the form of AB 602 and the special ed preschool funding as well. That's no longer going to be the case, and that means a loss of revenue for the district of about $6 million. That's been factored into the cash flow that I just shared with you earlier. We also know that lottery is seeing a big reduction as well. They're taking a hit, and so we also are using some of the planning factors that have been put out there for districts of 15%. So for what does that mean for our district? It's a loss of $1.2 million in revenue for next year. And for this year, we're estimating about $250,000 for this last quarter in lottery, because of course the lottery this last quarter will take a hit as well. So more revenue losses to consider there, and those were factored in as well. And then on the expenditure side, our health benefits. We just received some information about the renewals for July 1. We're seeing a 12% increase. That was a bit of a surprise. We were banking on something less. We were planning about a $2 million increase. This 12% is translating into about $5 million. So we have to factor in an additional $3 million in ongoing costs for the district starting this July 1, 2020. And you'll get a presentation on our health benefit increases coming up shortly. And I won't take all the presentation away from Deborah from Keenan, our representative, but that shouldn't be a surprise going forward that, we should expect to see more health benefit cost increases due to COVID-19 and the volume of claims that are being filed under that. But then on the positive side, we should expect to see some one-time savings for this last quarter in utilities and supplies for the months of March through June. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to look like because we do have some fixed agreements with some of our providers in order to get a lower rate. But we have been running some numbers. It's not that significant. And again, we have to remember that it's one-time savings, right? They're not an ongoing source. So even if we come out with, I would just throw a number out there, even if it's, let's just say $1 million savings, the impact is that it will just help your cash a little better, but it's not certainly going to sustain the district or get the district out of the situation that it's in. And what's not on the slide, and Leilani did mention it, and I'll stay on the slide for a second just to talk about it, are the additional funding that the district is going to get for COVID-19 relief, the state funding. It's about $660,000, and then roughly about $16 million in the federal relief. Well, we know that we've already spent between $6 and $7 million. A majority of that expense has been on Chromebooks, and that was as of last week. We haven't even started to factor in the cost for our connectivity for our students, and then additional distance learning expenses that we anticipate that will be coming down the road as well. And then the ongoing supplies for the disinfecting and the cleaning that's still occurring on a regular basis every day. So quickly, that $16 million and that $600,000 does start to disappear as we start to pay for some of these expenses. And there may be others that we have not yet thought about. So even if we did have flexibility with that $16 million and could apply it, I don't know, to the deficit or something before COVID-19, we would know that that's not enough. That's a one-time source. We were needing a $27 million ongoing budget solution prior to this. And so the $16 million would have not, necessarily resolved the problem for the district. But we know it comes with strings. We know that it may not have that kind of flexibility. So I just wanted to make sure that we clarified that. And so these are the additional considerations. And then, so for the district, next slide, please. What are the next budget dates that you guys can expect to receive some information? Superintendent mentioned this earlier, would be our third interim financial report, and that will be presented to you 2 weeks from tonight. And that will have actual information as of April 30th. So we'll have a better idea then, as well as what kind of savings we can anticipate for this last quarter. And then June 4th, we also will be presenting to you the proposed budget for the district for the 2021 year. And hopefully by that time, we'll have a little more clear information from the state as far as funding is concerned. And then finally, we adopt our budget on June 18th. But I still wanted to go back and emphasize that, you know, until this year is fully closed, which doesn't occur until about August, September, we're not going to really know exactly where we land in terms of any savings the district has from this year, because we're still incurring expenses all the way up until June 30th. We can project as best as we can, but we just have to remember that these numbers are not final yet as far as this year is concerned. So in a nutshell, that's pretty much the update we have. And yeah, we got some pretty bad information, you know, just dropped on us earlier this morning. And thank you, Leilani, for sharing that. And we will continue to share information regularly as we hear more information from the state. So that pretty much concludes it. Are there any questions?
Thank you for that sobering presentation. I know that we have Superintendent Gordon also on this Zoom meeting. Superintendent Gordon, did you want to make any public comment or response to this presentation?
You're muted. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think it gives a pretty clear picture of where we are. Good job to the two presenters. I don't think there's anything I would add unless somebody has a specific question. And obviously your situation going into this, as we have been pointing out over the last several months, was not good. So this will obviously exacerbate your situation, particularly the cash flow part of it. So we'll have to see what happens there. But again, as was pointed out, it will take a while to figure out where all of the cuts will actually come from when we see the governors may revise next week, and then the actual revenue numbers, which won't come in probably until the end of July or early August, when there will have to be, in essence, a revised budget.
Thank you, Superintendent Gordon. Do we have public comment on this item before we go to board member questions and comments?
Yes, we do. We have one public comment from David Fisher.
He's going to tell us how much we're in the hat hole, right? No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ann.
Oh, okay, thank you. It says, any discussion regarding budgets in Sac City has to begin and end with the complete and utter failure of the district to provide accurate budget projections. Who can forget when the district forgot to count 5 schools in its enrollment numbers, leading to a $24 million quote-unquote mistake that both the district and SCOE failed to disclose? Or how about the district's projections throughout all of last year that it would end the year with a $35 million deficit that miraculously evaporated when the accounting of actual expenditures occurred at the end of the year? How is it possible to be so consistently wrong in budget projections? Today's announcement from the governor makes it clear that K-12 education in California is in need of additional revenue from both the federal government and by passing the Schools and Communities First initiative that will be on the California ballot this November. What we do not need is the continued lack of transparency, accountability, and accuracy coming from SCUSD, the same district that passed a resolution promising our community that administrative costs would be frozen and that the superintendent would not take a pay increase until a budget had been submitted with a positive or qualified certification. 5 budgets later, the district still submits flawed budgets without positive or qualified certification, but that hasn't stopped the superintendent from taking his $35,000 increase. Since the district declared its phony budget crisis in August 2018, we have been consistent, chop from the top. And if we are, in fact, as Governor Newsom is projecting, looking at funding challenges in public education in California, the place to start remains the same, chop from the top. That's the only public comment.
In particular, when we know, based on multiple audits, including a state audit that analyzed the SCTA proposal for cost savings and found it to be insufficient, and then found the claims of the district related to our structural problems to be founded. And every other audit that we have had has also claimed that. My 8-year-old told me, and I thought it was really wise, that it's funny that we're all on the same team and yet so many people are arguing. Well, the reality is there is no amount of shoring up of the numbers. There is no auditor that will be credible enough. I frankly feel God himself could come in and say that we are under a fiscal situation that will render us incapacitated, and that would not be believed. Now is not the time to question the numbers. If we are going to come together and weather this incredibly damaging report that we now have from the Department of Finance and the state about our future fiscal climate, we need to roll up to our sleeves and say enough of this vitriolic rhetoric. Let's do what we need to meet the basic needs of students. I'm passionate about this because I think it's irresponsible to continue to say that we have a manufactured budget crisis when the Department of Finance is saying, forget weathering a recession. Education is going to find themselves in probably the worst depression in terms of a lack of resources that we've ever had. And alongside that, they have said what we do right now will be largely determinant about our ability to continue to meet students' needs moving forward. I welcome the questions, but I do just want to ask one thing moving forward. Rose, when you shared the COVID relief dollars and the projections for the revenue decline that is staggering at a level we have never seen before, will the COVID relief dollars be enough to ensure that we are made whole and frankly aren't in a place where, as those numbers projected, we are accelerated over a fiscal cliff and into receivership?
No, they're not. They're not enough.
So, I mean, I think that, frankly, we can talk about the numbers all day and some people will not believe them. But what I will say as we continue to ask these questions is, how do we make difficult decisions and move forward in a spirit of making changes to ensure that we can continue to meet the needs of students when at every turn, no matter what the fiscal forecast is, no matter who the messenger is, it is dismissed. That is very troubling to me. It's very upsetting to me. Difficult decisions will be inevitable, and this rhetoric is not helpful for anyone. Board Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. So I'll limit my questions to 2. So I think this one is perhaps for Rose or Superintendent Gordon, relating to the cash flow. I think the last budget that we adopted has us running out of cash November 2021, but this will certainly accelerate that timeline. So I'm just wondering what happens if we run out of cash much, much earlier than November 2021. Do we automatically go into receivership? So if you can just shed a little bit of light regarding that earlier, running out of cash so much earlier.
Rose, do you want to speak to the cash position, and I'll speak to the what happens part?
I can do that. Oh, let's see. So on the cash position, under these projections, Member Garcia, it would push up the date by which when we would run out of cash by a few months. We're projecting, just based on these numbers alone, we would start to have issues in May of next year. So those few months are going to push us into one fiscal year earlier than what we were projecting prior to all this crisis. So it would take us into 2021 of next year, roughly May, June. By June, we would be totally negative. In July, I think we have a little bit of positive, but I mean, we don't rebound at all from that. So that's what our projected cash basis would be. However, that's why I was emphasizing that once we close the books, we know we're going to have some savings. It might push it out by a few weeks. So I just want to make sure everybody is aware of that this may change just a little bit, but by no means not enough to resolve the issue.
Yeah, and before Superintendent Gordon, can I just mention real quickly, I just want to just emphasize what was mentioned because this is, of course, still a public meeting. We did indicate that as part of our third interim adoption at the next board meeting, we will have to produce a cash flow. The idea that or the information that Rose just shared is an estimate, and I want to be very clear before we hear public comments about how we said that we were going to run out at one date and now it's been extended somehow. So I really want to encourage the public to stay connected with us, to put on your calendars to come back on the 21st to hear more information as we have it from the May revise. But of course, this is still something that we're going to try to manage as best we can with the information we have.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Do we have any other board member?
Superintendent Gordon was going to mention.
Oh, sorry. Please go.
So I was just going to say that what happens then is under current law, when you become cash insolvent, you would then have to go to the state to take a loan and you would go into insolvency. The superintendent would be removed. The board's authority would be set aside. You would not be thrown out of office, but you would be your authority would be removed, and the county superintendent would appoint an administrator with the concurrence of the state superintendent and the president of the State Board of Education, who would then run the district from then on. But really, that's, I think, not the point right now. I think the point is, as we have been trying to say over the last many months, it's time to get together and to work together to solve this problem. The FCMAT and the State Auditor General have come in. There's no fake budget crisis. It's a real structural deficit that you've been trying to correct. That work hasn't gone away, and the spirit of cooperation to solve that problem still is there. And I think that's the only way it's going to get solved. It's not going to get solved by people casting blame and shame and talking about it's not a real problem. Obviously, it's a real problem, and it will take cooperation and collaboration to solve it, as it gets solved in most every district around here and elsewhere.
And then my last question is, given that we are poised to adopt, just as a state, adopt a budget that is a guesstimate because additional revenues won't come in until mid-July, which means that the state's going to go back and revise their own budget, but then we'll have to make revisions to our own budget. What does that process look like when we're well into the academic year, and if we have to make additional reductions? How do we address that when we've already started an academic year?
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. This is what happened to us back in the last recession, the 07-08 when that started, and we had mid-year reductions. We just have to be prepared. It's just a little more difficult, challenging here at Sac City because we have already made significant reductions in the last few years. So there isn't necessarily areas to go to like you just immediately freeze. I'm just going to throw out some ideas that we implemented the last go round. You implement things like hiring freezes. You start spending freezes. Anything that you can control as far as variable expenses are concerned that you don't have to put out, you start to reduce those or freeze those immediately. It gets a little tricky though with staff, right? Because with certificated, we have to wait until March 15th. In that last, and I'm not proposing this by no means, but in that last recession, we had mid-year classified reductions that we had to impose because the reductions were so severe that that's what districts had to do in order to maintain solvency. And so, a good question. We're going to have to plan for that. It will be difficult. And again, and I'm not saying we should, hope that the federal government comes in and bails us out, but this is why everyone is pushing so hard for a second relief package to at least kind of ease that. And so the districts have at least a year to plan, and they don't have to jump into something so drastically and so quickly and make these decisions just on the spur of a moment. So I don't know if anyone wants to share anything else that, any other ideas and what we would do for mid-year reductions, but those are some of the things we did last time.
Thank you. And let's go ahead and leave it there.
Board Member Bang, followed by Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. Thank you, Leilani and Rose, for the presentation. I'll keep my comments and questions really short. One, I think, from your presentation, I think it's very clear where Sac City is headed if we don't address our budget. But I would also say that I don't think it's Sac City alone, that we're not alone in this. And just given the numbers that you share, Leilani, about the $41 billion decline in general revenues, and that we're going to see around an $18 billion decline in Prop 98 is incredibly very concerning to me because we already know there's a large disinvestment in public education. I echo, Superintendent Gordon about the need to really come together to solve this problem because I know that the numbers right now shows that we're going to be in the red. I am curious, and Leilani, maybe you have some thoughts about this as well on the advocacy piece. And I know that you shared that, you're thinking that the funds are probably not going to be available until 2021 and that the state still has to determine ways to use those dollars. I think I'd be very much interested as a school board member to also work with you. And I figured this is really a role as a school board member to figure out how we could, as a state is determining how to spend those dollars, that we could be a voice in that process. I think President Ryan mentioned earlier, she asked the question to Rose, will the COVID dollars be enough to address our need? I think it's obvious that's not going to be enough. And I know that 16 million is not enough. But what I want to state is that, when we receive the COVID dollar, and it seems like it's not coming until 2021, that it's really not about filling our deficit, and that I hope that the dollars that do come in is really about the response. And so I just wanted to say that as well. But I think on an advocacy piece, as a school board member, I think we need to play a role on the statewide level to really, not just the COVID dollars, but figure out how we could fight for more resources for our students that desperately needs it. So yeah.
By Board Member Morowski.
Member Pritchett.
Thank you. We couldn't hear President Ryan. Thank you to the staff for putting together this presentation, and thank you, Superintendent Gordon, for staying on really late with us tonight. I just have some clarification. I have a clarification regarding Rose's presentation on the Chromebooks. Rose, you had stated that the Chromebooks were purchased via the general fund, but that's not correct, is it?
They were initially purchased using bond funds just as an emergency measure. until we could figure out how we could appropriately fund those. So now that we're getting in the federal relief money and some of the state relief money, we will certainly reimburse back the bond fund because those dollars were earmarked for projects and they'll be sacrificed if we don't do that. And we really do need to apply that funding appropriately.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was the only question I had.
Great. Board Member Morowski, can everyone hear me?
Thank you. Yes, and mostly President Ryan, you were cutting in and out a little bit. So this is, obviously really sobering news, and I couldn't agree more that we need a bailout, additional relief, whatever you want to call it, and it has to come from the federal government because the state doesn't have the resources. We need the schools and communities first initiative. We need all the help we can get. So I think I would echo Member Vang's point that we really need to get out front and advocate in this crisis because people need to know what the consequences are. So I have a couple of questions. It was alluded to, but we're by Member Vang as well. But we're not alone in this. There are many districts that Sac City was a bit on the leading edge of kind of teetering closer to insolvency. But there are many districts that are kind of right on our tails. I think within a year or two in terms of having major insolvency risk. So I'm curious. From your perspective, Leilani, on the state side, or anyone else who wants to address it, what do you make of just the fact that there are so many districts that will be in severe fiscal distress with respect to kind of the current process that we have set up for districts entering receivership? I mean, I just can't I can't picture 10 or 15% of districts kind of going under and going through this process. If the cuts are really, if the revenue situation really is as bad as it seems.
Right. I mean, the numbers that we saw this morning, I mean, it's of a magnitude that are just, it's mind blowing, right? Because it's unprecedented levels. I know during the Great Recession, the number of districts that were in qualified and negative status were at unprecedented levels as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if at budget adoption for 2021, we see that list for the number of districts that are identified in qualified or negative status to certainly increase because of the impact of whatever the cuts are that districts will have to bear at this time. I have to imagine that the state understands that possibility and what the hazard is in the decisions that they're making, right? Because ultimately, as Superintendent Gordon mentioned, if districts are become insolvent, then that requires a loan from the state so that we're not cash insolvent. So I'm sure that that's part of the decision making at the state level for how they're going to move forward with some difficult decisions that they have in front of them. Because ultimately, as districts one by one, if they fall into receivership and require a loan from the state, that is another burden that's falling on the state that they need to bear. So no predictions there, but I mean that I'm sure that factors into their calculations, and that's not lost on them.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I am also I'm also aware that the Department of Finance sent out a budget letter to the agencies in the state, just saying it's not going to be pretty and do everything you can to reduce costs now. Cut current year expenses, freeze what you can, hiring, etc. So I wanted to ask, from the district's budget perspective, what are we doing, given that we know this is going to be very challenging? What are we doing to save money, immediately as soon as possible? What can we freeze? What can we defer? What contracts can we renegotiate? And when do you intend to, present the board with choices in terms of cuts we could make to prevent insolvency?
Yeah, well, we pretty much have a bare bones budget, but of course there's, there's areas we can look into, and we're going through that exercise now. We're looking at positions that are vacant, and we're preparing those lists now, looking at some of the service contracts, but the majority of our contracts are for students, primarily our special ed students. So those, of course, will be a little bit more challenging. The other areas we're looking at also are the other stuff like staff development, supplies, but those are pretty minor, when it comes to the big picture. But nonetheless, we will prepare that list for you, and that's pretty much it. The majority of our budget is tied in salaries and benefits, with little options there to reduce. So it will be a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we and our public deserve a range of options covering every expenditure in the district, because I think that this is going to be really ugly, and we at least have to put options on the table so we know what kind of the magnitude of what we're talking about. And I had to keep checking to make sure like there was really the right number of zeros, because I keep thinking I'm adding an extra zero, and it's like, no, that's really the right number. So I think the more transparent information we can have as a board and to our community in terms of what we're looking at, even if some of these options have to be negotiated, I think we need to put things out on the table so we can see what where things land, where things can land.
And
thank you.
Question, Board Member Wu.
Rose or Jorge, do we know whether or not the federal CARES money is to supplant or supplement the money that we're getting?
Sorry, Member Wu, what is the money that we're getting outside of the federal?
Yes. No, is the money outside the federal, that $16 million that we're anticipating, is that to supplant or supplement next year's budget?
I can jump in and try to answer that, if that's okay. So those are one-time, completely separate revenues, Board Member Wu. So I guess the best answer is that it would supplement, because it's not intended to, it's just a completely separate resource.
All right.
For this pandemic.
Okay. Then one word of caution, next year's Title I money might be less than this year, because Secretary DeVos is suggesting that the states give some of it to private schools. That's just a word of caution.
Thank you, Board Member Wu. I have to say, I was asked to join a call with the governor's education team earlier today and a group of other advocates, and it was a dispiriting conversation, to say the least. The comment that came up about the fact that we are in a situation that is not unique to Sacramento City Unified School District, though we were closer to the fiscal cliff to begin with, is true. But we talked about, even with additional advocacy and federal dollars, we will not be made whole. There is no scenario where we are going to see the kind of relief to make our system whole. And so, it was a difficult conversation on many levels, including a dialogue around suspending the minimum Prop 98 guarantee. Now, we know what that would mean for K-12 and our community college system. It is not a pretty picture. I think we know that the COVID pandemic has accelerated our fiscal distress across the state and resulted in the beginning of what will be one of the worst recessions we have seen in our lifetimes. To think that we would not be hit in Sac City Unified is not only irresponsible, but delusional. And so, yes, absolutely, we have to look at what we can cut. But I remember the conversations that we had with our phenomenal and experienced consultant, Jackie Canfield, who came in and cut to the core in every single area she could. So what more do we have as a district to give outside of what we know will have to be done around negotiating healthcare benefit changes? I think that we just, as Member Morawski spoke to, have to have those options on the table, have to have very real conversations about the likely reductions in May, the likely reductions with adjustment to the budget late summer, early fall, and what the long-term fallout will be. I also wonder if there is any appetite, and Superintendent Gordon, this is probably something that you will explore, and I'm hoping Leilani as well, to figure out if there can be changes made to the conditions to fall into state receivership as a result of the fact that this economic crash will accelerate the position of so many districts across the state finding themselves on the brink of receivership. And as you said, Leilani, what that would mean in terms of the fiduciary responsibility of the state if they were to intervene. So I hope that we can continue that conversation and look into that moving forward. This was an information only item. We're moving on to item 10.2, the district's 2020-2021 healthcare plan renewal rates update.
Can I just mention just before, Member Vang, I want to make sure I was still seeing a hand on your screen. Was that from the previous?
Yeah, there were 3 people.
Yeah, I was just waiting to see if Leilani, in terms of her thought process regarding the advocacy piece on what board members, I think this is really, I think, a really critical time for us to also to organize as board members alongside other school districts. So just wanted to throw that out, given just the situation. So.
Yes, that was definitely a point well taken. And I was starting to brainstorm some ideas that we could do for Sac City. And I certainly will follow up with Superintendent Aguilar in the next few days to see a path forward there.
Thank you. And then the only thing
President Ryan, I'm sorry, it's almost 10:30, and before we move on to the next presentation, I'll set forth a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
All right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
The only thing, last thing I wanted to add was, I know given the state audit that, it was really a roadmap for us to really address the situation, the financial situation that we're in. And, I'm hoping that we're following that roadmap. I think it's, just echoing what Member Morawski said, I think it's really important for us just to be transparent about that and the things that we're doing. And I do think that the state audit in particular does provide a roadmap for us, and that we should be following that. So wanted to just remind everybody that we do have an audit and some recommendations to make sure that we follow through with that. That's all.
Thank you. All right, so we will move to 10.2 then, and turn it over back to our CBO, Ms. Ramos.
Sorry. And I'm just going to introduce Deborah Despain. She is our representative for Keenan, the Assistant Vice President for Keenan, and she's going to be going over the renewal rates for the coming year. And with that, I will. Deborah, are you on there?
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much for allowing me to do this presentation. I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible and not take up too much time. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So this is an overview of the July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021 renewal. This includes Kaiser and HealthNet. As you can see at the top of the page, the Kaiser renewal came in with a 12.26% increase. This is directly related to an increase in utilization of almost 13%. HealthNet has come in at 7%. It was actually scheduled to be a little bit higher than that, but there was a rate cap in place for the July 1, 2020, so 7% is the increase. So for the actives and early retirees, you're looking at an overall 9.40% increase and an increase in annual dollars of about $4,400,000. The post-65 retirees for both Kaiser and HealthNet, Kaiser came in with a 3.07% increase on their Senior Advantage plan. HealthNet, a 7.46% increase for their Seniority Plus and their Medicare COB plans, an overall 5.17% increase, and an increase in annual dollars of $341,500. The post-65 retirees are rated, including the carriers have to include Centers for Medicaid and Medicare, so there are some restrictions on those renewals, but they are rated in conjunction with Medicare. Estimated total district overall is an 8.88% increase, or $4,780,000. If you could go to the next slide, please. So this is the rates, the final Kaiser rates for active and early retirees. There is, you can see the rates. The current rate for an employee only is $630. Under Kaiser, it's going up to $708.31. And then for HealthNet, the single rate is $927.35, and it's going up to just under $1,000 of $992.26 for a difference of $64.91. Next slide. Post-65 retirees, you can see the difference here for Senior Advantage with Medicare A and B, and that's where the majority of your enrollment is. The retiree-only rate is going from $352.72, and then on Seniority Plus, it's going from $389.29 to $418.40. And then you can see the with Medicare B and Medicare COB. Next slide. So on the Kaiser, again, the renewal was a 12.29% increase. We did go through all of the claims experience for the group, and it was the overall utilization came in at a 12.70%. I approached Kaiser asking them for rate relief on this 12.29%. Although it was a warranted increase because of the increase in utilization, ultimately, Kaiser came back and stated that the plans are the low-cost plans by a significant margin against HealthNet, which they are. And because of the 100% employee contributions, there's no incentive for them to reduce that rate. Because it's paid at 100%, there's no reason to reduce the rate because there's no employee contribution. And then there is the possibility of the district moving to a pooled arrangement. It's been I believe public knowledge that we've looked at, or the district has been looking at CalPERS as a possible solution. And so because of those reasons, Kaiser was not willing to provide any rate relief on this 12.29% renewal. Next slide. So as I do each year, I provide a couple of plan options to help mitigate the cost to the plan. The plan options on Kaiser, what we looked at was options 1 through 8, and this is primarily looking at the office visits and the RX copays. The highlighted number 7 option would be increasing the 10 to a $20 office copay, and then the RX to a $15 copay. What that would do is provide an estimated savings of $510,000. And it would reduce the renewal. So instead of, let me see here. So instead of a 12.29% increase, it would be a 9.82% increase. So an increase just the same, but not as high if that particular option were implemented. Next slide. Likewise, I did the same for HealthNet, a little bit bigger dollars here. Same type of options for them, looking at office copay and the RX copays. So if you were to look at option number 5, increase your office copay to a $25 copay, and then your RX copays to a $10/30/50, so $10 generic, $30 brand name, and $50 brand name non-formulary, it would be a 12.55% decrease, or an estimated savings of about $3.4 million. This would have changed the overall renewal from a 7% to a 5.55% decrease for HealthNet if that option would have been chosen. Next slide. So I also every year go out and look at the market to see what's out there in the market for the district, and looking at HealthNet, because obviously there's nothing that replaces Kaiser. So looking at HealthNet, we looked at Anthem Blue Cross. We looked at a couple of different options there. We looked at Blue Shield, Access Plus, and their trio option, as well as Sutter and WHA as a combined option available. The Anthem Blue Cross option, both options would have been, well, the $15 copay option would have been slightly lower than the 7% at 6.71%, not really enough of a decrease to make a move. Same, likewise with the option 2, which is slightly higher. Blue Shield did come in with a 10% decrease for about $2,553,000. The biggest bang for your buck would be the Sutter Health Plus and WHA on the $10 office visit copays, which would be a 17% decrease over your current renewal, or a $4.3 million savings. Looking at Sutter and WHA and looking at your current medical groups, the enrollment in medical groups, you have about 80% of your total employee base utilizing a Sutter or a WHA provider. We also looked at HealthNet with SmartCare. SmartCare Network does not allow for Sutter or UC Davis. So really the majority of the folks would remain in the same HealthNet plan that they're in today, with potentially a few going into the SmartCare. But again, because there's a 100% contribution, there's no incentive for the employee to choose the lower costing plan. If you were to offer SmartCare alongside the regular HealthNet network, the overall premium would be slightly less, but the likelihood of employees making that decision to go into a lower plan, because it's no impact in their paycheck, so to speak, then there would not be any incentive to do so. So Sutter Health Plus and WHA would be the best option for you to consider. Okay, next plan. So all other, just as a comparison, the all other renewal for Kaiser was effective January 1, 2020. They had a very good year in utilization. Their renewal came in at a plus 2.9% increase. You can see that their overall, while their increase was low, their premium is still higher than the Kaiser, or than the certificated plan, although it is the exact same identical plan. So they went from an employee only of $746.37 to $767.94, and there's also the HSA, very minimal enrollment in HSA, but it is still an option with a lower premium should someone choose to utilize that plan. Next slide. All other Kaiser post-65 retiree, this is the Senior Advantage. That renewal had an increase of 4.04% for the A and B, which is where the majority of the enrollment is. It went from $350 to $364.15, and then there's the with a Medicare Part B only as well. Next slide. Likewise, I also provided options on the all other renewal. Also, the option 7 would have provided a 2.13%, which would have made a less than 1% increase for their renewal had that option been chosen, for about a $527,000 savings. Next. So last slide. So COVID-19, you know, the big question these days is what's it going to look like in the future in regards to the renewals and what's going to come through on claims. Right now, you know, all of the carriers are offering no-cost services, meaning that employees and members, if they go in for COVID-19 services, there's no copays, there's no out-of-pocket cost, but eventually that's going to catch up to the health plans. The carriers are not going to cover that cost out of the goodness of their hearts. It's going to be impacting future renewals. How it's going to impact, we don't know yet. So, you know, it's a wait and see. We do know that with this shelter in place, the rescheduling of services will occur once we get back to normal activity, however that may look. Anything that was certainly life-threatening continued to move forward with services, but things like elective surgeries that were not considered essential were canceled and will have to be rescheduled. Any med checks, so any prescriptions that needed to be refilled, those were refilled, but they still have to go in for med checks, diabetics, heart medication, high blood pressure, etc., annual checkups. All of that will need to be rescheduled. And so the question is how quickly can the providers reschedule all of these things that have been put on hold while there is a shelter in place? We also know that mental health medications have gone up substantially by about 35%. This is antidepressants, anti-anxiety meds. There has been a spike for those, and understandably so. So how is it going to look to future renewals? We don't know. At this point, this is an unprecedented situation in our lifetime. We don't have any data to go back to say, it's going to look like this or it's going to look like that. It will really depend on when we get back to some normal activity and how quickly services can be rescheduled and claims can be incurred. I suspect that for the most part, we're going to get claims in 2 different years, certainly the 2021. So whatever's at the end of this year that comes in and claims will have an impact on the 2021 renewals as well as the 2022 renewals. But right now, it's a wait and see process. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Anne?
Yes. We have.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one public comment from Nikki Malevsky. And it says, by failing to honor our contract, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Ryan, and the SUSD have reaffirmed the conclusion of the state auditor that the district has, quote, failed to uphold its fiduciary duty, unquote. If the district had honored the contract, students would have lower class sizes and more school nurses, psychologists, school workers, and other support staff throughout the 2018-19 and 2019-20 school year. Those additional resources directly to students would have been available by joining a larger purchasing pool like CalPERS and, as set forth in our contract, section 13.1.1, using those savings in a cost-neutral way to add the additional staff. Instead, the district chose to repudiate the contract and decided to continue to give approximately $16 million a year to insurance companies rather than spend those taxpayer dollars on students. In addition, the district continues to waste hundreds of thousands of dollars on legal fees trying to backtrack on its commitments. Our arbitration on this issue, where the district is fighting our effort to ensure that health plan savings are spent on services to students, continues at the end of this month. Unfortunately, as tonight's presentation makes clear, students will continue to bear the brunt of the district's unlawful behavior. Across the county, purchasing pools have increased their rates to school districts by an average of 3.85%. In Sac City, according the district's broker and CBO, the rates are projected to increase an average of 8.8%, including an increase of 12.26% for Kaiser. Why? Several reasons. Sac City has historically done a terrible job negotiating lower rates for health plans. This continues that trend. 2, Sac City relies on brokers like Keenan, who have little incentive to negotiate lower rates. That was the only public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. And do we have any board member questions or comments? I see a hand up from Member Morawski.
Thank you, President Ryan. Thank you, Deborah, for that presentation. I'm really shocked by the Kaiser numbers. And so I just wanted to clarify, did you say that those were based on experience rated just claims from what time period and not COVID related at all?
That's correct. The time period is the year prior to the current renewal. So the way Kaiser rates their plans is they're always in arrears in regards to data. So they're very black and white on their numbers and the data that they pull. So the 12.29% is directly rated to an increase of utilization by the Kaiser members of 12.70%. That's including inpatient, outpatient, pharmacy, and what Kaiser deems as other, which is could be ambulance and things that they haven't actually placed a firm code on. But this is in the prior plan year where they're looking at that.
So is that reasonable in your estimation? Is that like, how do you get a 13% increase in utilization year over year? I just don't understand what's going on. Like, why are people seeking that much more healthcare?
Yeah, so there's been a spike in pharmacy, so that applied to it. There was an increase in inpatient utilization, so inpatient claims, a bit longer days in the hospital, a little bit higher costing claims while the days are in the hospital. And then there was an increase in outpatient. So outpatient is outpatient visits. It is emergency room, skilled nursing facility, mental health care. So there was a spike in those three items.
Wow.
And I can certainly provide a report for you to go over that. It's quite a large report, but I would be more than happy to share that with you.
Okay. And I heard you mention something that didn't ring a bell for me before, but you said that part of why they didn't want to come down in cost is because the district is paying 100% of the cost. And does that mean that their market share is not going to change based on their price? Like, they're going to get the employees they get, and they're not going to get more employees because they're offering a lower cost because the employee is not sharing in that cost. Is that?
In a nutshell, that's exactly why. So typically where Kaiser is willing to negotiate is when they're going to compare rates to rates. They always want to be, comparable to the non-Kaiser plan. So when they're going to be willing to make a negotiation off of a renewal that they feel is a reasonable renewal to them, not to us, but to them, they want to know that they're, one, not going to lose any membership, and two, can they gain membership? So that's what they're going to be looking at. So when there is contributions in place by the employee, then it becomes a little bit more of a fairer playing field where they can make a decision to choose the low-cost carrier, which is already Kaiser by, a few $100s between the employee-only plan and then, the plan that they want. Because the district pays 100%, there's no incentive for the employee to choose one plan over the other. They can go to whichever plan they want because it's not impacting them in a financial way.
If we had like the Sutter WHA in the mix, I don't know if that's lower than Kaiser or not, but like if we had a lower cost plan in the mix, then they would be more likely to reduce
potentially.
Cost.
Mm-hmm. Potentially, again, it comes to the contribution. What's going to make sense regarding the contribution? If you have
to have a contribution.
Correct. If you had, let's say you had Sutter and WHA in the mix and the rates were somewhat comparable, maybe Sutter WHA was slightly higher than Kaiser, there's still no incentive for the employee to move from from Sutter WHA over to Kaiser because they have no skin in the game. They don't have any financial impact on it. They can choose whichever they want and it's covered for them and their family.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not seeing any other board member hands up right now. So this is a information only item. So we will not be taking a vote. Thank you so much for your time and the information you provided tonight. We look forward to being able to continue this conversation as obviously it's very troubling. Item 10.3, approve resolution Resolution number 3131, renewal of the charter for Yog Tem Shuab Academy, and this will be a roll call vote.
As we're transitioning, I just want to just thank everyone for still staying in our Zoom space, especially staff members. Thank you to everyone who participated in 10-1, 10-2. Feel free to log off unless you want to stay on for the remaining items.
Okay. So we're moving on to 10.3. Good evening, President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Jesse Ramos, Service Director of Innovative Schools, and tonight's presentation is on the charter petition, renewal charter petition for Yape Shua. Tonight's presentation, I'm going to introduce the charter team, look at the overview of the charter school, the minimum standard for charter renewal, the criteria to deny charter renewal, the staff analysis, also response to requests for some data during the last meeting, next steps, and then some time to answer any questions. Next slide, please. Excuse me. So renewal of a charter, looking at a charter petition is a tremendous amount of work, and I just really want to acknowledge all of the professionals that participated in the renewal process. This is a partial list of the professionals that lended their expertise.
Mr. Ramos? Can everyone else hear me? Just thumbs up or something? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. We just can't hear him.
I'm not sure if Mr. Harris is
Looks like we lost him.
Mr. Harris, do you want to try to step
We
in?
can continue on. I mean, certainly as Mr. Ramos stated, the charter review team is a very cross-functional group of people. And we're, of course, obviously very appreciative for the perspective they take in terms of looking at all of the charter applications. If we go to the next slide, please. Obviously, contextually provide some background on Yape Academy last meeting. And so, we're at the point of another charter petition renewal at the 5-year mark. And certainly, as we look at those milestones that we've met, we had the hearing back in April. Today, we're back for board action. And this is all in preparation for the charter's expiration date of June 30 of this year. Can you take the next slide, please? Ultimately, as we look at education code, there's been some amendment to the charter renewal process, actually, because, of course, we don't have the API anymore and what have you. Education code 52052 basically speaks to the alternative way in which a charter is looked at going forward. And so basically it's looking at the academic performance of charter school at least equal to the academic performance of public schools. The charter school students themselves would have alternatively attended. And we'll have a slide that kind of gets to that in a moment. If we go to the next slide, please. And conversely, obviously, there's criteria that's very specific about the notion of denying a charter petition renewal. And so we can see here, obviously, it speaks to kind of the converse of the approval, an unsound educational program, the notion of lack of sustainability, and certainly, all those things that we would see as concerns for us in terms of financial condition, and doesn't meet the 15 elements of the Charter Schools Act, if you will. Next slide, please. But this is actually the most important slide of the presentation, I would say, to a large degree, in that as the charter review team did its work, these are the 4 summative things that they found, in that the charter school met the minimum academic standards performance, no written factual findings, and really in this work, it's kind of iterative between the charter review team and the charter. So as there are minor questions and they get resolved, much like any kind of audit, if you will, we go to the place of making no findings. The charter school met the sufficient performance. And then finally, it meets, if you will, contains the reasonably comprehensive description of all the 15 elements that are required. And so as we think about, our recommendation to look at this renewal, it really does meet the standard as laid out in the education code. Next slide, please. There was some conversation about some comparable analysis. And certainly as you think about the schools, I think one was suggested by board members themselves, Susan B. Anthony. As we think about the academic performance of Yabasua Academy, they certainly are performing for Hmong students at a higher rate of students who meet the thresholds of met or exceeded in ELA. If we go to the next slide, please. And the same pattern basically plays out in met or exceeded in math as well. You go to the next slide, please. So this leads us to the action requested this evening in terms of the governing board approve or deny the passage of the resolution, which is basically the renewal of the charter petition for another 5-year stance. As you see from the recommendation of the charter review team, we do think they've met all the criteria necessary for renewal.
Thank you, Vincent. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No, no public comment.
So I know that many of us board members have had a chance to interact with Yazpem Shuab in the past. Clearly, the academic performance is impressive. I will tell you, for me, one of the things that has also been impressive is the disaggregated data. Yazpem Shuab is a very special model, but it is not just serving the Hmong community, but also serving Latinx and African American students who are succeeding at equally impressive rates. I will also say one of the things that the model offers that's very impressive is a longer school day, which, as we know, is a pillar for improved student performance. So I'm going to open it up to any board member questions or comments, and then we will move to take a vote. Looks like we have questions from or comments from Board Member Minnick, followed by Board Member Wu, followed by Board Member Pritchett.
Pritchett was first.
Okay, thank you.
Before me or after me?
I didn't have any comments. I was just going to move it.
Oh.
Okay.
So I just want to say, like, I'm excited to move forward on this, and I've, for several years, many years, I've just heard amazing things about this school, and I've really appreciated Superintendent Yang and Principal to take me around to show me just kind of the amazing stuff that's going on at Yabasua. And I just saw a level of engagement of both students and teachers that was just incredible. I was really excited to kind of witness kind of sporadically in these classes just the kids up and moving and engaged in activities at this kind of amazing level. And just in speaking with the educators there, just kind of this really consistent, clear focus of where they wanted to go with their students that was really cool to see. And so I am really excited to at the possibility of moving them forward and having many more years of them serving kids in our district that have very specific needs and interests and families that are engaged and fired up about their kids' education, and they're doing such a great job of encouraging that. And so I just really appreciate them. And so I'm excited that this is coming up before us tonight.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Wu, followed by Board Member Morawski.
Where is it? Yeah. Okay. For all the reasons that Michael stated, I'm going to move the motion to approve the resolution. Yapeshoa.
Okay. I think Christina also was raising her hand to move that. So we have a motion and a second. Board Member Morawski.
Thank you, President Ryan. And just one brief comment. overall the academic results look very impressive. There was one kind of low point, I guess, I just wanted to ask about and ask, if you can see how you can address this group of students in particular, but the math scores for African American students really stood out to me in reviewing this data. And we all know how bad the disparities are in SCUSD already, and the staff report points out that the scores are actually worse than SCUSD overall for that subgroup and that subject. So I just would like to hear, if you can think about how do you address that group of students?
Sure. Would you like me to share the work that has already started for that group of students?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
So this year when we received the scores, we took the 4 R's of analysis process that we learned from the Sacramento County Office of Education, and we went really deep into why the scholars are performing low. And so we assessed them to the very basic level to identify what numbers they don't know, what addition facts, multiplication facts, all these basic facts, as well as basic letter recognition, letter sounds. And what we found was that these scholars who were low did not have the basic math facts. So what we have already done this year was we employed 6 teacher assistants, and these 6 teacher assistants are working with these African American scholars, as well as those other scholars who are performing low on the math state test, and work with them at that basic level to bring them up. So we went to identify exactly what is causing the scholars to perform low. And so we've already begun the process, and moving forward, we believe that we can raise the academic achievement of this group, as well as all of our low-performing scholars.
Thank you very much. I would love to hear some good news about that in the next year or so.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So it looks like we have no other questions or comments. We have a motion and a second. This is a roll call vote. Superintendent, will you please call roll?
Member Wu?
Yes.
Member Minnick?
Yes.
Member Vang?
Yes.
Sorry. Member Morowski?
Yes.
Member Pritchett?
Yes.
Member Garcia?
Yes.
President Ryan?
Yes.
7-0.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need a preferential vote on that?
And I don't believe we take a student preferential vote on a renewal, but Jerry, can you please clarify?
You can. She can have a preferential vote.
Okay, Board Member Ang Olson, my apologies. Your preferential vote? Oh, I think we might have lost her. Okay. Thank you. We are not going to be hearing item 10.4 tonight. We'll be moving that to a future board meeting. Thank you to the team for your preparation and your patience in delaying that until later. Item 10.5, adopt resolution number 3136, resolution regarding proposed decision of administrative law judge.
Hi, good evening, good night. President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. I assume that the PowerPoint is coming up, but until it does, this is resolution regarding the proposed decision of the administrative law judge and implementing the certificated layoffs. So we'll go through and talk, we can go to the next slide. We'll talk about the budget development process just as a reminder of how we got here. We'll then talk about the activities that have taken place from the end of February to March. We'll share the administrative law judge decision, and then we will ultimately recommend approval of the administrative law judge decision. Next slide. So as a reminder about how we got to this process, the budget development process, which included one-stop meeting, as well as, again, the process. Remember our shift from doing just one-time things to things that are a process and ongoing. Staff allocations were sent to administrators, and then in collaboration with their administrators, with their supervisors, with their communities, an actual one-stop meeting was held in order to go through that information and material and make staffing decisions based on that for the next school year. And just as a reminder, adjustments have been made. And just as a reminder, to include, sorry, I can hear my own feedback, so I'm sorry if others are hearing that as well. But we did build in feedback loops, such as one-on-one meetings taking place with the instructional assistant superintendents, working very closely with principals throughout the process, as well as creating a cross-departmental team that continues to engage through the process, and even as recent as last Friday, continues to engage and look at not only the process, but of the information coming from it. Next slide. So as we go on to the next slide, you will see the budget development process that you saw in February. On February 20th, we came forward and the board ultimately approved the layoff based on the information shared, and noticed 82 FTE being reduced. Of that 82 FTE, you would remember that 24 of that was vacant, nobody in there, for adult ed, and 54 K-12 teachers. You may also remember that we specifically worked to identify known attrition as well as anticipated attrition, and had asterisks starred next to positions that would not, in fact, generate a layoff notice. Of that, there were 24.4. If we can go to the next slide, it's just a reminder that as we looked at the layoff resolution, we worked hard to, one, notice currently vacant, right, nobody in there. Looking at also attrition, not only known attrition, meaning those resignation and retirements that were in hand, but also anticipated attrition, given needs that we know the district has, especially in hard to staff, high need positions. And then third, positions that were filled where there was not any attrition currently available, meaning that an employee would receive a preliminary layoff notice. Next slide. After the board approval, February 20th, staff analyzed the reductions. They took into account all vacancies, resignations, retirements, and from that determined who would get a preliminary notice. The preliminary, sorry, next slide. The preliminary notices that were sent prior to March 15th resulted in, there were 17 preliminary notices that were sent prior to March 15th. And that is from those 82 FTE that was being reduced. And after taking into account the attrition, the vacancies, it was determined that unfortunately 17 layoff notices needed to go out to be able to effectuate that layoff. Those 17 individuals had an opportunity to request a hearing, which some of them did. We can go to the next slide. We'll note that of those 17 that the district issued preliminary notices to, 10 of them requested a hearing. The hearing with the administrative law judge took place on April 28th and 29th in order to hear from the employees, in order to ensure that the process transpired the way that it should have. Next slide. So based on the initial notices, the preliminary notices, the 17 of them that went out, staff has been continuously monitoring attrition wherever possible. And so there were an additional 3.26 FTE of layoff notices that we were able to further reduce through the hearings and rescind those preliminary notices. The administrative law judge decision, which is what you are voting on, and the district's recommendation tonight will be to issue the final layoff notices. And these final layoff notices per Ed Code must be issued prior to May 15th. Next slide. We received the administrative law judge's decision today, and today was the deadline in which to receive it. The decision upholds the district layoff and makes two modifications that will reduce the total number of notices issued to 12. So you may recall when we spoke in February, we said that number was the largest it could be. And through the process, it would be funneled down into, unfortunately, the district needing to issue a final set of layoff notices, and that's where we are. These final 12 notices is what has happened, and again, to meet Ed Code requirements, they need to be issued prior to the 15th. The decision also determined that some part-time adult ed teachers are temporary employees and may not be released during the hearing. This affected 3 employees. So just that they didn't have rights to the hearing process as temporary employees. The approval of this resolution, 3136, would mean that the district would move forward and issue these 12 final layoff notices prior to May 15th. Next slide. Therefore, the district's recommendation is to approve the administrative law judge's decision and unfortunately move forward to issue the 12 final layoff notices. I do want to point out, in addition, the staff is prepared to send release letters to the 3 part-time adult ed teachers. But I also want to point out that should attrition or funding be identified, these notices, these 12 notices, may be rescinded. So we might have either additional attrition or additional funding that the district's able to identify, which would affect these positions, and they can be rescinded at any time. So with that, we understand that this is difficult and want to ensure you that the process went forward as it should in terms of meeting all of the requirements, and ultimately, again, heavy heart, but ultimately want to recommend that the board approve the resolution to move forward, allowing the district to meet its obligations and issue these notices prior to May 15th.
Thank you, Kansi. Before we take questions or comments from board members, we'll go ahead and take public comment. Ms. Moretti, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, there are 2 public comments.
Okay.
And the first is from Nikki Milewski. And it says, 1 year ago, Superintendent Aguilar projected massive deficits based on faulty budget numbers, including failing to count 5 schools. At the time, Mike Fine, the Chief Executive Officer of the California Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, FICMAT, wrote a series of stinging emails that Mr. Aguilar and Board President Ryan withheld from the elected
school board members, and the general public. Quote, I have no confidence in the district's data. It appears that your staff has again demonstrated that they don't have the capacity or willingness to produce accurate data. Let's be frank, the district has no credibility, unquote. The failure to count 5 schools was an $8 million per year underestimation of the district's revenue. To add insult to injury, Superintendent Aguilar acknowledged the error in an email to Dave Gordon at SCOE on April 1st, 2019, but neither he or Gordon publicly disclosed the mistake. SCUSD wrongly projected a $35 million deficit in its 2018-19 budget. The school board then voted to lay off 400 staff, including 175 classroom teachers. But the numbers were wrong. The district ended the fiscal year breaking even financially rather than losing $35 million as projected. This miscalculation resulted in hundreds of classes staffed with substitute teachers when the new school year began because the district had laid off so many educators. By the time school started, many laid off teachers had taken jobs at neighboring school districts that were eager to hire experienced teachers in the midst of a national teacher shortage. Today's layoffs continue this trend. The district continues to move forward to eliminate 82 positions, nearly 12 times the adjustment required by the enrollment number projections. 17 teachers received actual pink slips, with the remaining positions left unfilled. At the end of April, the second public comment is from Lori Jablonski. And it says, Superintendent and trustees, sadly, I think it has become nearly pointless to address you in public comment on the matter of the grievous harm you repeatedly inflict on your teachers and school site staff, and by extension, the harm you inflict on our students through unnecessary layoffs. Still, objections must be put on the record. This entire resolution is objectionable, but when one of the teachers slated to be laid off tonight is the respected veteran who left a secure position in another district mid-year to teach and heal 6 full classes of McClatchy ninth graders who had been subjected to a semester's worth of neglect in the form of no teacher, I am left to wonder what on earth is going on in your heads. Not only are you exhibiting an utter disregard for the employees you claim to honor during this Teacher Appreciation Week, you are, more importantly, on track to repeat the same terrible mistakes of last summer. How could you forget what reckless layoffs and position eliminations wrought in the form of staffing crisis and academic neglect at McClatchy, Rosa Parks, Hiram Johnson, and various other schools throughout the district? That you would pursue this same path in the midst of a global pandemic, which will most likely necessitate more, not fewer teachers and support staff to protect the safety and well-being of our entire school community, is not just head-scratching, it is appalling. Despite my pessimism, I must plead with you to reject this resolution tonight. Please change course now. It has never been more important that your deeds finally match your words. And that's the final public comment.
If we can leave this screen so that I can see if there are any board members that have questions or comments. I'm not seeing all board members right now. Okay. Doesn't look like we have any board members with their hands raised on this item. Before I call for a vote, I do just want to say, well, I'm very pleased that we are reducing the number of final layoff notices from more than 80 to only 12. Anytime we have to make a difficult decision like this, it is heart-wrenching, in particular in the climate that we're currently experiencing with this global pandemic. I do, however, recognize that with the fiscal news coming from the state, we will have similarly difficult decisions in the months and year ahead. And while our heart goes out to these employees, we'll continue to do everything we can to find resources in this resource-starved environment to bring them back where we can, given how critical we know your roles are in supporting our students. This is not a item that will require a student preferential vote, so we're going to go ahead and take a roll call vote at this time.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Minnick,
Aye.
Member Vang,
No.
Member Morowski,
Aye.
Member Pritchett,
Aye.
Member Garcia,
Aye.
Member Ryan.
Aye.
6-1.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11.0, consent agenda. Before we adopt the consent agenda, I'm going to be pulling two items off the consent agenda, item 11.1G and 11.1H, both pursuant to our bond certification and the appointments of our bond oversight committee. I've had the opportunity to be on the phone with Member Garcia on this issue, also with legal counsel and Jeff Small, who oversees our bonds. And we have learned that we have a little flexibility in the certification date and want to ensure that irrespective of the COVID crisis, we have the ability to appoint and encourage the reapplication for existing members who are interested in the coming months. And so we will be returning these items to a future board meeting agenda with some modification to that language, and then working on a recruitment strategy to ensure that interested parties throughout Sac City Unified, even those who have not been involved in our bond oversight committee in the past, come forward and put in their applications. So with that, I will ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with those two items being deferred to a later date.
I move to approve the consent agenda with the two removal,
Second.
the removal of two items.
Second.
Okay. Student preferential vote. Oh, I think we lost Olivia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Item 12.0, business and financial information reports. Receive reports. 12.1, receive purchase order for period of February through March. Enrollment and attendance report for the period ending on March 20th. Do we have any public comment on that item?
No, no public comment.
Item 12.2, monthly suspension report. Do we have any public comment on that item?
No, no public comment.
Okay. Item 13.0, future board meeting dates and location. Our next board meeting will be held on May 21st. We're anticipating that it will also be a virtual board meeting, with the following board meeting happening on June 4th. And with that, I would like to ask for item 14.0, the adjournment, to be done in the memory of Ahmaud Aubrey, who, as we know, was tragically murdered in a series of murders of young African-American individuals whose lives were lost too soon.
President Ryan, we've just got a calendar invite to go back into closed session, so I think we need to adjourn into closed session, not
sorry, I did not see that calendar invite.
It just popped up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Minnick, for sharing that. So we will adjourn into closed session.
Yeah. And we had scheduled for 11:30, but we can just resume, log off of this one, and then log on for close.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, everyone.